Hey guys. Alright. So I'm sick as fuck. Um I still need to get like a coffee or something. Thanks, Girded. I appreciate that, man. I might be doing slightly less talking than usual today. Um but let me go get a coffee. I'll be right back. Alright. The Oracle is back. It's with my ibuprofen. Can we have a moment of silence for all the Spurt bag holders? Is Spurt dead yet? No, I'm sick as fuck. Thanks, Linus. On today of all days. What a stupid day to be sick. Spurt plus cores equals yikes. Do I even want to know? Spurt tickled 50 in the pre-market. God damn. That's insane. Well, maybe we should tickle 300 then. Well, it's gonna unhalt, right? And then people are gonna panic because it unhalted. And then it'll rip. So, I had big plans for today, but I don't know how that's gonna pan out at this point. Sounds like I need an antihistamine. Mountains of the Moon, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, dude. I appreciate that. Is this thing gonna fucking work? Hold on. Give it a second. It's just, there we go. It did the thing. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate the membership, man. Could be the mold. I'm allergic to mold. There was an itinerary hails. I was very excited. Reddit's updated. Sure, Pie Wife will bounce off FIFA soon. Thanks, JC. I don't need a GoFundMe to raise money for my illness. So I might trade Spurt for some practice with a share or two just to learn for cheap. Or you could just paper trade it, web slinger. How do you feel about 365 puts for Myrna next Friday? It's testing 390. It may not come back down. I would see how high it goes first. You can get them a lot cheaper if it keeps going higher, right? What do you think about a possible GME retracement back to 170, 172 area? What if they shorted or choose dark pools, lower the price to avoid gamma ramp on Monday? Thoughts? Unlikely. I guess we could see some, maybe some backslide after we cross 225 to slightly under 225, but I don't think we're gonna go below 200 this week. Thanks, Kyle Roth. Mountains of the Moon, if you hit me up on the Discord, I'll add you to the Pigeon Whales stuff from the Billionaires Country Club, man. Thank you. No, I'm super sick. I have a fever of like 101. I don't know who the fuck got me sick either. Totally support you, but don't want YouTube taking a cut. That's no problem, Danielle. Just so you guys know, YouTube takes a really tiny cut of the memberships, like about the same as Ko-Fi. The super chats, on the other hand, that's where they get you. But I don't. It doesn't matter either way. Thank you so much, Danielle. That's what you get for visiting the Dans at Wendy's last night. I know. They owed me money though. What are you gonna do? The price lagging? I think so. Time does JPOW speak? I don't know if that's like public. I think minutes are released from it, but are they doing a live feed? I'm not going to bed. I have options. This is the shitty part about being a day trader, is whether you're sick or not, your options are still there. So you can lay in bed all day if you want to and lose fucking money, but if you guys are still holding, I'm still streaming. Plus, I assume you have to tend to the mold fields, possibly. How do you feel about Myrna testing 390? Could break through again. It's down, right? Oh, it's coming down. I thought you said it was. I thought you meant it was going up. You may want to consider some puts. Did it not get FDA approval or something? Some sort of bad press. It's a bio company. It must be something, some negative news that I'm sure will be blown way out of proportion. No, I don't think I have COVID. I think I have a cold. I suspect a source. Yeah, no problem, Sarah. How big do you want your statue to be after this? Uh, like very small, but I want the base to take up like a very large area in a park. So like a 20-foot like marble base, but I want the statue part to be like that big. Thanks, Goya. Sickle. Yeah. I can't tell how important your lesson with Spurt was. I bought a few just to play with. It was nerve wracking trying to sell some this morning with halts. So thank you. Yeah, no problem. Oh, it's live. If I want to play it to rest, it's fine. I just might not answer as many questions today. I feel like things are going too good to be true. What can go wrong? Cause a dip next week, hypothetically. Oh no. I mean, we're only at $200. Chill the fuck out. Cool story, Sam Strayer. You think Spurt could reach 100? Yeah. Alternate Tylenol and ibuprofen. I will. The worst part of this is I have like a hot palate up up in there, like behind my nose. It feels inflamed and uncomfortable. Good job on the anti-options foot. You buried him. Well, that was some fucking stupid post. What do I donate? It's like a pair health insurance. Definitely Corona. Just put Spurt up too. It is so interesting to see what is happening with the squeeze. Yeah. I can for a little bit, I suppose. So we uncovered some fun information last night, if anybody wants to know. I had a whole thing planned. I was going to do like a live DD, but I'm too sick for that shit now. I guess I'll just tell the story of what's I think has happened here. About around July 25th. Oh, stop telling me what to do. All right, Delora. I'm a big ass boy. I can handle myself. Thank you for the concern. Around July 26th, a post went up on Wall Street Bets that had a concerning amount of information concerning the stocks. Support.com seemed to have some inside information on the merger. I think, did we figure out who what the original author was? Was it Man Eats Pants? Anybody that was part of the DD channel? Did you guys ever actually find that last night or this morning? Yeah, okay. So it's Man Eats Pants posted a series of posts, kind of not just in Wall Street Bets, but all over Reddit, describing Moderna and its upcoming catalysts, its short interest, its extremely low float that was locked up by insiders. Um, it was without a doubt some of the best DD I've read on Reddit since DFE. Whoever wrote it knows their shit. And Spurt has some really interesting qualities. It's got an extremely low float, most of which is locked up. Um, so last night we did some digging. It's a very good squeeze candidate. Very low flow, incoming merger, high institutional ownership. And so we did some digging last night and we found that two of the primary shorts on Spurt are Citadel and Susquehanna. Two of the biggest longs are Renaissance Technologies and Vanguard. As you guys know, a few weeks ago, Renaissance Technologies filed their 13F for GameStop, moving into a $130 million position for 600,000 shares. Here's one more fun fact about support.com. Support.com is not a meme stock. Support.com is not in an ETF. And it's not in any of the little baskets that GameStop is cross traded in with stocks like AMC or BlackBerry. Support is singular. It is, but it is also short by two of the largest entities that we know are short on GameStop. It is also long by two of the largest entities we know that are long on GameStop. Now, if Citadel is using Crayons, swaps, or, what I suspect are other metrics or other financial instruments to hide their short position on GameStop, um, keeping GameStop off of their margin, right? Then you have to squeeze them somewhere else. And it would appear that Renaissance Technologies is squeezing them through support.com. They cannot manage both of those positions simultaneously, and they've caught them in the middle of a cycle with support.com where they have to also cover FTDs on GameStop. We're kind of at the beginning of that cycle, but the FTDs are going to continue to mount throughout it. And that whole time, they're going to have to be handling a short squeeze on another stock. Is this making sense to people? I don't have like a script written or anything for this, but now Spurt is not the play. This is not telling you guys to go jump in and buy Spurt. You're just chasing at this point. It's a terrible idea. I can't stop you, but it's dumb. But there's a very good chance that Spurt squeeze will initiate GameStops. I told my good friend Jay Fresh last night over on the Discord, if you can't fuck them in one hole, you fuck them in another. And so if they can't fuck them vis-a-vis their GameStop position, they're going to fuck them via their Spurt position. I don't care how big of a hedge fund you are, you can't handle two short squeezes at the same time. He knows my name. On their on their 13 Fs, hey Steve, on their recently filed 13 Fs, because they had no reason to hide their short position on Spurt. Chris K, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I called it exactly this situation. Okay. I believe you. I might not have been paying attention. But it was something that drew my attention to Spurt in the beginning, was that Citadel was short it. But I knew Spurt wasn't traded in any ETFs, so it had no link to GameStop. Jfresh is awake. He's somewhere in the chat. Yes, liquidity issues. Spurt, I mean, probably the second closest GameStop stock in the market, right? It's got a float of 15 million, massive share lockup, massive short interest, right? What better place to force their hand? And now we have a gamma ramp on GameStop that's massive. And they aren't hedging it properly. Which means if GameStop goes up, and it goes up hard, their margin is severely at risk. Oh, okay, Long Dancing. It's confusing because you're like a Dan. No, today's not do or die. Oh, and here's a fun fact. Yesterday, this is from our good friend Jay Fresh. Since I got sick last night, I had to get some of you guys to help me out with this. And for those of you that were helping out with the DD channel, I appreciate it. Oh, what time was it, Jay Fresh? 7 minutes before Spurt started ripping. So right here, we had some very unusual volume on GameStop yesterday, right before Spurt started ripping. When we tested 217. We had a 150,000 share buy-in, our biggest candle of the day, which I can't find, but it's here. Was it this one? Yes, 192,000. Okay, yeah, so 150,000 share buy-in at 12:39, and Spurt began moving up. What happened on Spurt at 12:39? I guess Spurt began moving up right around that time. That's interesting. It could infer that they can't handle both positions simultaneously. And so in order to let one run, they have to let the other one slip. So they can only handle one at a time. SPY doing things? What's it doing? Testing new to all-time highs? I made a comment about that last night. Someone had this post that was like all the things wrong with the market. And I was like, sounds like we're going to test all-time highs tomorrow. How high could the gamma take us today? I mean, 450? No, they're applying pressure on Spurt to squeeze GameStop. Currently, the short hedge funds on GameStop are trapped in a cycle of covering the stock. So their goal during this cycle is to suppress the price and cover as many FTDs as they can until the end of the cycle, at which point they can short one more time. Oh, sorry. Fucking Epic Pen shit software. There. Meanwhile, they're squeezing Spurt to fuck their margin. Now, costs would probably be the correct choice for this, right? Costs would be the second or the the best play if Costs had an options chain. Costs doesn't. Spurt does. And it's interesting that, you know, on on or around July 26th, they started pulling in retail interest onto Spurt. Koss. Koss. Which is what I think Renaissance tried to do when they sold their GameStop in January, was use costs to squeeze them. And they failed because it had no options chain. So if you have all the meme stops ripping and spurt ripping at the same time, the question is how long can they hold GameStop for with all this other shit going on? I know you're not too interested, but MMAT is also doing a thing. Who's short on MMAT? Spurt make a squirt. Thanks, Pineapple Dadza, and good luck with your your joblessness. There's always a place before you behind the Wendy's dumpster, man. No, probably not. Not fooled. I don't think this is gonna affect Home Depot. It might a little. There may be more. I don't know. Intra-week DD not really possible for me nowadays, due to the stream and everything. Thanks, Pickle Milk. You think Citadel will hedge today? Is their margin at risk, or would they just short the stock and try to get closer to max pain? I don't understand which is riskier for them. I don't know, Jibter. I mean, if they hedge, they could bring the price up. If they try to short it, spurt may rip and cost them their liquidity or their net capital. So hard to say. So Citadel's not long on metamaterials. Aren't they the same people short AMD? I don't know. I do assume that if this is a strategic attack on Citadel and Susquehanna by Renaissance Technologies and Vanguard, that you will find that correlation across many stocks. But as we know, GameStop will rip the hardest. Jesus Christ, the play isn't Spurt, M-Dub. The point is, the play is GameStop. Ugh. Herding cats, I swear to God. Financial warfare is fascinating. So do we actually have GME MOASS potential right now? Yes. They're not net long. They're net short. Robin your hood. They're net short with a small hedge. It's like 1 to 3. Right? Oh no, they're saying. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that was a million puts. So they're net long. What? But Citadel's short. Hmm. When's that information from? Robin your hood. What 13F? So I'm pretty sure that we had. Oh shit! Where is it? Is it this? That's longs. Who sent me the short? With their AUM up to 200 billion this year, multiple squeezes going to affect them? Yeah. High probability for MOASS potential. I mean, it hit 50 in pre-market, right? And it's trading at 30. Why would you sell now? It hasn't even dropped below VWAP yet. It's too late. You're chasing, Leopold. Should ditch these 917 500 Cs. How up are they? I don't know if GameStop rips now before then, unless you're gonna like roll them down. Check Discord. You have a screenshot there. Where? We got Citadel with 62,900 shares. Oh, with 152,900 shares short. Susquehanna with 158,200 shares short. And Jeffries with 3.12 million shares short. On Spurt. I think margin calls are like 1 hour now. right? Or is it 2 hours? I don't remember what the rule change switched it to. Yeah, GME volume's still really low. Let me update Reddit. Hmm. They're more vulnerable this period. Three scoundrels. Because in the other run up periods, besides June, and the share offering saved their asses, um, then retail wasn't holding the floor or the entire float, right? Clearly, no connection between Jimmy and Spirit. So just to clarify, Susquehanna are both net short on Spirit. That's what I have, but someone else had some information saying Sus might be net long, or at least it's a hedged position for Susquehanna. I have the data for Susquehanna here. Sure. So if we bring up Susquehanna, John Claude Van Damme, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. Oh shit, I'm sorry, Mega Mole. I don't have my headphones on, dude. So we're likely witnessing the last cycle, possibly. Hope you feel better. Happy Friday. Thanks for all your support. Thanks, Double Down. Let me put my headphones on. I don't know if these are charged or not. I hope they are. The buying spurt not as a chasing play, but to help drive buy pressure and the squeeze effort be worthwhile, or is that dumb? It's a bit too late. It would be kind of silly at this point. So Citadel almost doubled their, more than doubled their short position on spurt in their current 13F. It could, Tim. It's got a damn good chance. And Nat Saculon was doing some digging last night and found this lovely wedge, which we're nearing the breakout of on the 15-minute. Was that the 15-minute? Or the 1 hour? Sorry. So we got to the 1 hour. We have this ascending wedge here. That we're approaching a breakout from. So that's fun too. I tweeted about it, Ed. How do you determine where to draw wedges or triangles? I mean, go. You can usually from highs and lows is where you start them. I wonder if Citadel sees your DT and wants to hire you. Why would I work for fucking Citadel? I'm not gonna go work for some company that's about to go bankrupt. Check Discord messages. Citadel has an additional 90,000 puts on the position as well. Tagging me in screenshots on Discord generally means I'm not going to see them. I said multiple downward halts. Multiple downward halts indicate that you are entering a correction zone. Also, a drop below the like the beginning of the peaks. So I don't think this is the peaks on Spurt, but like you would have to drop all the way down to 20 to like confirm that it was actually falling off. Spurt started to short squeeze, but it hasn't squoze yet. Oh no, there'll be more FTD buying, definitely. Jujidi is saying spurt go up, we moon. Sorta, yeah. Spurt go up, they can't stop GameStop. Essentially. I like him better, Lulu. JPow just spoke. Market's still up. Sounds like he said good things. Have you done any TA and other instructional videos? I haven't. I've been like mostly focused on GameStop this whole time and less on like being a YouTuber. That's all trades of less Moon Sunburn. That's all trades of less than 100 shares will be blocked. It shouldn't be an issue though. So yeah, if you trade less than 100 shares at a time though, you could have execution, like a little delay in your execution of your order. I mean, it doesn't look like Jimmy started to rip yet. Dan Down Under, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream.
We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
Also, for all of you new members, including you, Dan Down Under, head over to the community tab and set a reminder for tomorrow's members only stream. Is currently it's up, so you can set a reminder for it. I don't see any of the main players on Jimmy being net short on Spurt per the filings. I just showed you the filings. They use those put calls to hide their short positions, first of all. You know that, right? So they pack their position into the options chain. And then they file their 13F, and then they pull it back out. They do the same thing on GameStop. I don't know if this is the end of the Spurt short squeeze. Spurt's tricky because it can squeeze during after hours because the low number of shares available, and it's moderately cheap price. But we'll see if it runs more today or not. What about their calls? It could be married put calls. Ascendant Pickle. I mean, obviously, this is still a theory, but it looks good. Try to sell at market value and it hits X price, but don't sell for less than the limit. Yeah, it's also that if it doesn't hit that price, you don't sell. Right? So, like in the examples we were doing yesterday, Sally, like because the price kept going up, we never would have sold any of our shares at the low price of 20. Um, Probably Monday. No, it looks like they've added options to the chain up to 39. It's secure. Any chance for Moon in the next 20 minutes? Or should I keep getting ready for work? You can probably get ready for work. Jimmy just hit 1 million volume. They so they don't declare their short positions because otherwise they would get short squeezed. That's why they don't. That's why they don't have a legal requirement to declare their short positions. Dark side. Yes, I know Ascendant because when they file the 13F, they want to look like a responsible hedge fund with a fully hedged position. not only for the benefit of their investors, but so they don't get popped for naked shorting. I mean, Spurt definitely has naked short interest, right? That's not it. I mean, the fucking stock has traded multiple times its float several times in the last 2 weeks. I mean, it's got a free float of 15 million, a lot of which we know is owned by longs, right? Um, with 53 million volume traded today, almost 4 times its free float. I wonder if we could find evidence of the same shorting on Spurt that we found on GameStop. Oh, it's so hard to see. Hold on. Oh, it's so hard because it was like very cheap. Well, there's a good chance that all of this was shorting from. When does it come back up again? So maybe from here. The monthly. Better evidence. So it looks like they might have started shorting support.com in about 2013. Before this year when news of its merger came in. And they got trapped underneath that also. And then if we go to GameStop, that's one of the evidences that we have on GameStop of the shorting that was occurring before the run up in January. Is we have this like very strong downtrend in OBV from around 2015 all the way into January of this year. So this is the short position on GameStop. This was their attempt to drive GameStop down to zero. I know your tits are all super jacked right now, but this is definitely something I've discussed before. So in GameStop, we had Ryan Cohen and buying in and BlackRock. On Spurt, we had the merger announcement. Well, I mean, maybe. Here's something. Sorry if I missed any questions. You guys can just hit me up. Just reload, guys. Maybe. What is the Spurt merger? I think they're finalizing it in September. September 7th or 8th. September 10th. Oh, you mean on the futures rollover date? Interesting. Nothing to see here. The stream didn't cut out. You guys did. YouTube's just probably having issues. Fuck you, JFresh. You know that's not true. The connection is their net capital. No mods, no masters. It's the same net capital at risk in both positions. Do you like how I misspelled it so they get past the filter? Bastard. Well, I don't think I said anything relevant during those 10 seconds, so. What do you think the vibe is like at Citadel right now? I don't know. I'll continue shorting GameStop. Thanks, Ken Griffin. Good to know. Two bounces off 30 for support at Spurt. Looks like it. It's starting to trend back above VWAP too. Let's see. Gamma ramp starts at 210. It's a little weaker than yesterday at 215 and 235. But 240 still looks solid. 250 is good. 260 is good. 270, 280 are all right. 290 is pretty weak. 300 is really good. Any update on Han? I think she said she'd be back at sometime today, maybe. What you Spurt could squeeze to you? Hard to say. 20 was its like resistance, so it's above 20 now. I mean, I think there was some resistance around 50. I mean, yeah, look at it on the weekly, but you can get a better picture of it on like Swaggy stock, where you can see all the dates. Or you could get like an option scanner that shows you like the exact ramp. I took some medicine, so I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm still really like dizzy. So like I think the fever's starting to come down though. No, I don't. Living Shangria. Thanks, Ivan. I don't think I have COVID. I feel a little better than I did an hour ago. Did you make sure to take horse to Werber? I didn't. I'll get over it, no one. No, RSI doesn't really matter in a short squeeze. It'll just be oversold until it's not. RSI just tracks the movement of the stock. It doesn't determine the movement of the stock. I got the Pfizer shot. My 5G is better. Could we break out later today, potentially? Potentially, yeah. What are those liquidity tests on GME? It would be interesting to see if there was any correlation with any spurt events at the time. Sorry for repeating the question. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it the first time. I don't remember. I think at one point Zakure found them, like the date. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Pfizer shot gave me appendicitis. That's not real. Well, reference website. First shot Pfizer adverse reaction is appendicitis. Well, then today's your lucky day because it's like 1 out of like a million. Go buy a lottery ticket. Just put my dog Corgi to sleep last night due to renal failure. Was hoping he'd make it to MOASS so we could dress up as pigeon whales. I'm sorry to hear that, Chakiseki, man. No, me and Trade Spotting didn't record a second video. YouTube just deleted like 75% of my video with him for some reason. So I have to re-upload the recording. Or super lucky, now you don't have an appendix. No more appendicitis for you. You can never get appendicitis again. How are institutional investors handling the fact that the MM is not hedging properly? They have quite a vested interest. Oh, I mean, so if market makers aren't hedging the call options they're selling properly, right? And the stock moves against where that hedge should be, their margin will get destroyed very fast. That's essentially like selling naked calls. Did YouTube remove the parts where Jamie was swearing? Oh shit, I don't know. We were both swearing quite a lot. No one less mouth to feed for Chakiseki. Yeah, but yours was like old chicken tender daddy. Chakiseki's was recent. I've lost pets, but you can't be sad about it for years. It's ridiculous. I love it when you read out some of these usernames in a serious voice. Thank you, Multi Blues. Have you sold a security with unsettled funds for a profit? You still get a GFE? Yeah. You may not get one, but you probably will. Sometimes they just don't give you a GFE. Like if one transaction settles after the settlement of the initial transaction, then you won't get one occasionally. Yeah, you can skate the GFV system. It's risky, but it can be there's ways to do it. Yeah, I agree, Frank. I'm looking at the data right now, and it looks like it's pretty fucking rare. But it's possible, right? When does Kenny have to tell his investors he lost all of the mayo? I'm getting fucked by GFEs, even on good trades. You think it's okay to buy a few shares of Spurt now? If you want to. I can't stop you. I'm not buying any. Because it's like kind of chasing. I mean, it's in a consolidation zone. If you expect it to move up more, then maybe. It's very interesting that both of these have just stopped moving. Volume is gone. Oh, I need to turn off OBV. So. What's the deal with the bid-ask spread with Jamie, and how's that correlate with manipulation of the stock? I remember you speaking to Jamie about it. So when you short a stock, you're hitting the bid a lot. Because a short is a sell, but there's no buyer, right? Which drives the bid down, and the ask remains where it is, right? And so by doing that, you create a wider spread between these two prices. So then when a market order comes in, the price will move up to what the ask is, unless there's a matching trade. And so by having a wider and wider bid ask spread, you have a wider and wider price movements, which creates more and more volatility. For whoever was wondering about the Spirit GME correlation, I think it was around June 30th for those liquidity tests. That's when you posted the 321 GIF on Twitter. Oh, that's right. That's fair, Ecstasy. It's just inconclusive. Yeah, I mean, it seems that way. Well, we may see them both rise together, or one rise while one stays static, and vice versa. It'll be interesting to watch them try to juggle it. What's your real name? Why would I tell you that, Dilbert Pickleton? If your reaction to Spurt may cause GME to MOASS is to want to buy into Spurt, you're doing it wrong. Damn straight, Fluffiosa. What did Secure say? Just going through dates, charts. Check July 19th. Were these the liquidity tests? Possibly. I can't really do it on here because maybe I can do it on Trading. 'Cause, 'View. 'Cause, maybe I can do it on Trading. 'View. 'Cause, 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 'View. 'C July 19th. Jesus, we barely traded any volume that day. Oh, fuck me. July 19th. Yeah, I think it might have been July 19th. Zakira, that looks right. Hmm. Spurt has the same liquidity tests on July 19th. That's interesting. Can you send me screenshots of that on the 1 minute, Zakir? Thank you. What's your strategy for finding potential stocks to trade? Why the fuck would I tell you that? You can look for the basic shit, but I mean, there's more to it. You can look for like volume, volatility, long-term trends. Specifically how I find them. Sorry, I make far more money off doing that than YouTube. The shorts can't handle 2 short squeezes at the same time. Why is that? Just because of their margin? Yeah. Well, it's not just 2, right? There's other like meme stocks that are all fucking popping off right now as well, to a lesser degree because they covered them a lot on the last like big run of movement, right? But there's still other meme stocks that they're short where they need to cover FTDs. I'm just here for fudgy brownie fud. There's nothing fud about a fudgy brownie. Are you eating cake like brownies, Visceral Records? I was gonna draw you mating pigeon whales. No, I don't know. Will you tell me that I'm handsome, smart, and people like me? Dr. K, you're tolerable. Which is better than most people, so. Can you forward me your watch list? Rewind the video, Matthew. We spent like 45 minutes going over spurt stuff. A couple halts on spurt. The translucence makes you look like Post Malone. Okay. Watch list for pigeon whales, and I'll become one. I put some of the stocks I'm watching every week in the Billionaires Country Club, so people can like practice paper trading them and stuff. Hmm. Is there a halting quantity time period that can affect subsequent halts? I think only if only if the market drops, then they can like halt things for a while. Sent you a DM on Discord with the Spurt 719 chart. That's interesting. Were the volume spikes at the same time? Secure? Never devalue my pigeon whale status. How does one triple oneself? Like Michael Keaton? It's a 30-minute time difference? Exactly? Almost exactly. Interesting. Still diamond heading DD and F. So, you mean bag holding? Interesting. Why are you bad, Carl? That's interesting. The price action does look a little different that day. But it's interesting that they both had those volatility tests. I mean, I think Spurt's all-time high is like, whoa. My WeBull just crashed. Oh. Nice. Pigeon well. Sad Carl. All right, hold on. So, what was I looking for? Now I just forgot. A room on Spurt. The next like test is like 42.51, and then 100 and like 100 probably. So 50, 75, 100, all the $5 increments between there, here and there. I like them better. Carlos. I think they're better at displaying trends. Please acknowledge a booth bet on hashtag Jim. Just create a thread and then screenshot the bet. When will the ramps start being rolled? I'm sure a lot of it already is, but that doesn't change like its existence, right? I'm sure a lot of it was rolled earlier in the week. It's still there. Rolling the ramp doesn't change like its ability to play out, right? Ramps are at that strike across all dates, right? All dates that have contracts. I don't know. See, this one doesn't look so good. Hmm. Like 5 minutes charts as well. Okay, thanks, Secure. Think it could have an effect on the markets on Monday? Maybe. I don't know, Ed. What's up, John? Do you think Cess and Citadel added calls to the 13F before filing? Is that common practice? Yeah. For net short hedge funds, it is. They do it on GameStop too. If you go look at like GameStop, uh, like those positions in GameStop, you'll see similar things. I theorized that Gary Gensler offered a happy ending to Ryan Cohen to issue more shares to push the MOASS back. Usually is info that can be inferred from using different time candles. Thanks for what you do. I think Heiken Ashi is better at showing like near and long term trends, and I think that standard candlesticks are better at showing green and red candles. But they're really bad at like collating. I guess collating the volume. If on low volume, like regular candlesticks get really sloppy. And sometimes they're kind of hard to read during consolidation periods. How did you add the additional data to your WeBull? Seems like it would be useful to have more accurate data during MOASS. I think you just like go into the menu over here on the top right, and then I think you choose the NBOO order book, and then it'll send you to like a link where you can purchase it. Do you ever want to talk about how GameStop offered the exact amount of shares as their reported short interest? Did they? They offered 5 million shares. The reported short interest at the time was like 14%, though, which would have been more than that. That doesn't make sense. Although, yeah, I mean, if they released enough shares to cover the short interest and the shorts didn't cover, it's really not on them, right? Are you talking about both share offerings? That'd be closer. 12 point something percent, right? Do you know who 683 Capital is? You can probably do some digging there. Spurt is more than AMC? Well, theoretically, it's a better play. I heard Matt Kors is already trying to backtrack his interest in AMC lately. And being like, oh, GMU was the play all along, even though he's never fucking owned any. Both combined. It matched up within 0.2%. Yeah. Well, that's not exactly right, but interesting. Spurt now over $1 billion market cap. It's going to be really hard for the company they're merging with to buy them now. Well, it's a at the money offering. Everyone has access to the shares. Protege son. If they chose not to buy them, that's their fault, right? Your theory on Renaissance totally makes sense. I used to work in a hedge fund admin, and I said to my buddy the other day, there has to be a whale on the long side. Except I thought it was 2 sigma. Interesting. But if they use, here's the other thing, if they use Spurt to start MOASS on GameStop, then like they're not going to get any like bad press, right? They'll be like, oh, we were trying to squeeze this other stack, we didn't even know. If you had 25 shares of AMC at a $4 cost basis, would you just continue to hold them? Asking for a friend. Oh, why not? What if Matt Kors is Crayons? But Matt Kors doesn't have like a little tiny dog. What if Crayons is Mo Money? Dun dun dun. No, it's not Ryan Cohen. Matt Kors is Rick of Spades. Nobody copies and pastes DDs for his videos. That's what I know. They have the same strategy. No, I am Ryan Cohen. I thought Ryan Cohen in the chat here was Ryan Cohen. I'm gonna have to do more DD. What if I'm me? Okay, stop with your little Spartacus thing. All right. Huh. Yeah, it's a consolidation period. Negotiation, Dr. K? Someone link the Spurt DD. Does anybody have the original? Was anybody able to find that on like the Reddit, remove Reddit? Jimmy's breaking out. Cat fud. If RC does actually give another share offering, does that imply he's not actually working in retail's best interests? I mean, another share offering wouldn't stop MOASS. It would piss people off, though. You check BBKC for the 1 hour. Too short of a time frame. Silky smooth. I mean, it's probably triggering because we've been consolidating for 3 days. But it's not very reliable on shorter time frames. Yeah, on the 1 hour, there's a fire signal. It's because we've been consolidating for like 3 days now. That's why. But I would wait I'd wait for confirmation to see it on longer time frames before I gave it any credence. It's in that Discord thread. Oh, okay. I don't see it. Explain 23 million first candle volume with 15 million float and 24 million total shares. Naked shorting. Yes, I believe so, Pickle Milk. I think they're attempting to possibly attempting to force a margin call on Citadel and Susquehanna by running Spurt super hard. How do you get the yellow lines on your BBKC indicator? I use a script on Trading View. It's BBKC by Lazy Bear. No, the Gamma Ramp will be done. It's just rolled out to next week, right? Most of it's already rolled out to next week. There's definitely multiple teams and divisions aligned on strategy. Short hodls are using crypto pumps for capital. It might be another reason Spurt is a good trap. If they are short, since Spurt merger is more valuable, the higher crypto goes. How? Maybe. I mean, they're short shares on Spurt. I know that much. Oh yeah, the Spurt play is definitely catching a falling knife. The Spurt play is dead. There's no like getting in on Spurt at this point profitably. We have a WeBull exit strategy during MOASS 3 mil transaction limit confirmed. I think they break the transactions up for you, right? Didn't somebody call about this already? You shouldn't have your fucking GameStop and WeBull during MOASS. Like I don't give a shit about this GameStop position. That's why I have it in here. But like you should definitely be using like a better brokerage. Or a more reliable one. Do you say maybe when you think someone is probably wrong and you're trying to be nice? No. Sometimes I say it when I'm unsure of the answer. I think. Yeah, I know. Sourcing engineered. How about TDA? I don't like TDA. They're fine, but I don't like them. Are the GME shares and your Weeble part of your forever hold shares? No. Although this is a cash account, so maybe. Maybe I'll just use them to fuck over Apex. Thoughts on hiding money in the Caymans? A little late for that, unless you already have the channels set up, Moonwind. That's something you'd have to have set up in advance. Everyone's just gonna have to pony up to the IRS probably at this point, or flee, which I'm sure there will be people that do. Yeah, my breakdown hasn't changed. Your buddy got his PR citizenship still set up. I mean, he's just living there. He moved there like a few weeks ago. Moved to Puerto Rico before MOASS. Yeah. Oh, a lot of day traders I know live in Puerto Rico because of that. I think still probably go up today. I got a 210C and I'm a bit scared I'll just lose my bucks. Anyway, you look better a few hours in than this morning. Hope you feel better. Thanks, LM. We could stay flat for the rest of today. There's like a possibility that they'll try to close out the day without hitting that ramp, but I do suspect that we'll have like at least one run up before end of day, which may give you some opportunity. I don't know, Dr. K. Don't you live in Philadelphia? How high do you think Spurt could go? The next resistance is at like 50, but it's still fighting for 40 right now. So, you know, relax. Odds on my 0 DTE 300C printing are good, right? They're pretty shitty, but you've already lost all your money, so who cares? Can I move to Costa Rica to avoid capital gains taxes? No. The reason Puerto Rico works is because it's part of the U.S. You still have to pay whatever their capital gains tax rate is. It's just much lower, I think. Still a good time to buy Spurt? Not really. It's fucking expensive now, and the IV's through the roof. You think metamaterials will run up today, up 13%? It might. I don't really know that much about MMAT. It's it looks like it's moving. Yeah, it might rip. There's some money in here. Oh, I have $69. That's bullish. Let's see if we can steal some of Citadel's cash. Ew. Okay, never mind. They're not settled. I have a 340 and 9.3. Should I hold over the weekend? Hard to say, man. That's up to you. You got to decide that. That's really far out of the money. Guys, out of the money options are just a good way to lose money. Especially when you're like $100 range. Like, don't just buy options because they're cheap. Like I have A420 and that's just like a volatility play, but it's not till the 17th, so I have like a ton of time on it, right? I knew of a few in New York, Ani, but you have to do your research on lawyers. Vanguard is a terrible trading platform, but it's not like it's so archaic that it basically never crashes or goes down. So like their UI and stuff is awful, but still reliable as all hell. How much more Vanguard? How much more GME did Vanguard buy on their recent ETF filing? Didn't they also buy 600,000 shares? Will these be sellable during MOASS? If we go above, yeah, if we go above 950, they're definitely sellable. Is Spurt the only way we can squeeze GME based on what you found last night? No, not at all. Just a very interesting correlation. Who's the DMM for Spurt? I'm not sure. You can look it up. Had more in the money calls than the float. Yep. Fidelity is a great brokerage. Do you have any thoughts on Vanguard's updated sleeker app, Beacon? I haven't used it. What's your personal floor? Carpet, wood, linoleum, or laminate? Vanguard bought 500,526 shares. Interesting. Huh. So explain to me how Sus and Citadel are short Spurt, even though they have more calls than puts. Just trying to understand. When they file their 13Fs, they mask their short positions by moving them into the options chain. That way it looks like they have like a nice, fair, balanced position that's properly hedged. Yeah, see if you look at like Citadel's position on GameStop, they have like 2 million 2,700,000 puts, 2.1 million calls. I don't think they understand that max pain for us doesn't reach sell anymore. Like my patient's morale is terrible today, and I haven't even flirted with the sell button. Get over it. It's not over yet. They're not. We're nowhere near max pain. We're like $20 above it, I think, at least. I understand the game's played on GameStop, but why would they play games on Spirit? Well, because they're. I mean, GameStop's not their only play, right? So long hedge funds want prices on GME to go flat, so it's cheaper to roll options. I mean, it's more beneficial for them. Not only does it let them buy more options, it lets them roll out their current position to a later date. Also, volatility crushes. Like you experience an IV crush when you run really hard like that and then trade flat, which makes the options cheaper. That's why I rolled all my options. Like I sold my options when the IV was high and rolled them out. I thought I read somewhere that margin calls happen at 2 p.m. We'll see. It's 11:50 right now, so we got a while. I still haven't had any coffee, which is something I'm gonna need to work on here in a minute. I mean, usually IV spikes going into earnings for any stock, Crisco, and then IV, you have IV crush after earnings. Well, didn't BlackRock sell all their SPY? I thought BlackRock said they were like pulling their money out of the U.S. markets or some shit. Yeah, Spurt's still flirting with 40. Do the log wills that are setting up Gamma Ramp exercise these contracts just selling and taking profits? Or what percentage exercise? Usually like 12% of in the money options get exercised. Some of the options currently are pretty deep in the money, so they may get exercised. Since we ran up so hard. Like there's a lot of in the money contracts right now on GameStop on the call side. So unless you have deep in the money calls, it's not to keep a call after earnings. Yeah, generally. It's also really hard to predict the movement after earnings. Why won't you stream during MOASS? Legality. I have to place orders with multiple brokers, so I don't want any bandwidth issues. I don't really care about holding your hand during MOASS. Like, I'm not going to sacrifice millions of dollars to like help you out, right? Would you draw your trend lines for Express right now? Are you guys in on these garbage stocks? There is no trend line, it's just ripping. You can't even follow like the it's already broken. There was an ascending trend, but it's like already broken through that, right? A few times. So it's already broken to the upside of this ascending channel. I guess if you're making money, but I feel like people are just chasing run ups. And you'll just end up like net negative if you do that a lot. Scalping's hard and kind of reliant on luck. Doing MOASS. Would you kindly come over, place your hand on mine, and help me click sell? No. What issues do you think we'll see with brokers closing positions during MOASS? I cover it in my exit DD, which you can find linked to my Reddit profile down below. Also, there's a video on the Video DD channel that covers exit strategy as well. Oh. GMU is not doing a lot. Dan Dilsenmeyer, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up over on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Thank you for the membership, man. I used my spur call that I sold to buy a 200cc for next week and a 240cc. Awesome. That's definitely a better time to have those strikes than now. A 200 call, right? Just a call, or you bought a covered call? CC is covered call. Do you just mean call, Justin? Can't you get him with a stop loss and see what happens? Yeah, but if it gaps down, you're fucked, right? So say you buy in at Spurt right now, right? At like 441 or 41, like 41.30, right? And it trades sideways for a second, and then it gaps down and dives down to 30. And your stop loss is here or here at like VWAP, right? You're gonna sell down there if you have a stop loss. Sounds crazy, but I've seen it happen 100 times. The Dans are FOMOing into billionaire status. All right, Carl. See you in a minute, man. Guybrush for MOASS. Daniel Taylor was the first billionaire. We aren't FOMOing. Seems to be a lot of new Dans, Daniel Rock. That's all I'm saying. Have you guys been recruiting? Are we at the point of this Gamma event that the only continued momentum happens next week, and if and only if a bunch of calls are exercised? Possible, but a lot of calls are going to get exercised, right? I mean, last week we were at 151, and there was, a significant amount of open interest in like the 160s, 170s, 180s. Those are all like in the money now. I'm still really early today. We don't know where we're gonna close out, right? Oh, spurt pushing up. Yeah, no problem, Seekin. Is spurt a pump and dump and distraction from GME? It shouldn't be a distraction from GME because nobody should be in on spurt at this point. There is a correlation with GME, which is interesting. By just tipping 450. At what time do most people roll their options today? Most people roll their weeklies like a couple days ago. I have exactly 10 spurt shares. All right, well, you know, you were in it like weeks ago though, right, Eric? That's totally different than trying to like chase the dragon over there. I don't think people. I didn't say people should jump out of Spurt. Spurt's clearly not done doing whatever it's doing. So whoever is in on it, awesome. If you're not in on it, risky, super fucking risky. I'm holding them to the infinity pool. Did you find the DD on Spurt you were looking for? I think someone found it. Yeah. Spurt isn't the play. That's the point. If they're using Spurt to get Citadel margin called on GameStop, right? Why the fuck would Spurt be the play? It's only got like 40% short interest. Yeah, absolutely would not be chasing the hype on Spurt. How long do you think it will take for MOASS? Is fall realistic? We're pretty close to fall. Could happen. We'll have to see. I think we are in a area of very high probability for MOASS to occur. I've spoken about this a lot in the past. GameStop moves from periods of very high probability to low probability. We're currently in a high probability period. Yes, Citadel is short Spurt. And Renaissance Technologies is long Spurt. As is Vanguard. Which is also interesting because most of Vanguard's positions are for ETFs, and Spurt's not really in any. It's in like one micro cap, I think. The red will now leave. Oh no, Carl. Are you up to things again? Spoiler. I have to mute my desktop audio. Oh, you rickrolled me, you bastard. Almost all the Discord members that were in Spurt are out. Do with that what you want. I know there's some people that are on the channel that are still in. I mean, don't feel bad if you like made money, right? That's silly. Chasing money left on the table is, unbecoming of a trader. Citadel has 86,000 shares in Spurt. Uh, my 13F is showing that they have more than that. Or the data I have shows that they have like 162,000 short shares. Or 152,000. I think it's 152,000. How high can Spurt go potentially? I mean, if it short squeezes, who the fuck knows? You mentioned instances of short selling that benefit businesses, the economy, the public. Is there a legit reason for designing this into the system besides a few people getting rich? I mean, yeah, because if a company is overvalued, you know, short selling is what brings its value to a fair level. Otherwise, companies would just be worth way more than they should be, just based on like popular sentiment instead of like fundamental, like the fundamentals of the company. Golden Cross on Gimi on the 4 hour. Really, usually the moving averages on GameStop are pretty far apart. I have to change the settings. Style. I guess like back here when we ran up on 823 a little bit. Oh no. Yeah, 50's coming up. Oh, right now I see it. Sorry, I have so many resistance lines it was hard to see the 200 MA. Yeah. Yeah, it's a golden cross on the 4 hour. That's good. It's a good sign. Still in for now, holding my October 9C. Nice, Timosaurus. What if you only made 300 bucks instead of 3K like me? I mean, I had like in that initial run up to like $11, I had like shit 45 contracts in Spurt. So it was like, and yeah, I only made like $200 a contract off of that. And if I'd held them, I would have made, like a couple 100,000, but whatever. I can't go back in time and change the trade. I took profits when, it was correct to do so. The price didn't reach a point at which I was willing to re-enter the position, so I didn't. Simple. I don't regret it at all. What type of bank account do I want for MOASS? I currently use Bank of America. Speak with a banker. Barrel limit. I can't really help you on that front, man. I don't know what kind of products or services they offer. I don't have Bank of America. Yeah, Jimmy's bid ask spread. It's like 30 cents right now. It's actually not that high currently. Bid ask was around $1. Oh, when it ran a little. So I'm drawing trend lines. So if you're looking at like this pennant, right? You would have a trend here. Essentially, this is where you'd be looking, right? Horizontal. And then your stop would be below that. So you'd have your stop like here. And then the actual like formation is here. This is bearish a little bit, not much, but like a little. The ask side is stronger than the bid side is stronger than the ask side. Oh, the ask side has few orders. Yeah, that is bullish. But we'll see. I mean, they can just throw up sell walls pretty fast. So I wouldn't use that as the only metric of like moving up. I regret nothing, locking in my profits right at open. Nice, man. I think he wants to know which banks might exist after. How the fuck would I know? Credit unions are usually partnered with bigger banks in some way. Fidelity has a debit card you can get. They have a credit card you can get. They have cash sweep accounts where they'll split your money up into multiple accounts so it's all insured. They have a lot of options. Fidelity is going to have a lot of fucking money in their accounts after MOASS, right? No, I just didn't change them because I didn't care, frankly. There. When short hedge funds put up sell walls, what order type do they use? The sell wall is a limit order, right? So you put up a limit order out of the money. So like on GameStop right now, you can put up a limit at like say 210, right? And then you place conditional orders below that. And conditional orders are done by an algorithm. So if the price hits there, they sell, right? But they're not listed on the order book as, you know, they don't want you to know that they're there, right? So if they try to drive the price up, these conditional orders are in the way. And then below that, they'll sell market orders. And then the sell wall is in case a big order comes in and buys all of this out and tests that limit at 210. So this is all in an effort to keep the price from moving fast. Looks like that's breaking to the upside a little bit. Spur, Emma, Ader, and BBIG are all the stocks squeezing right now. Seems like BBIG is up 43%. Interesting. Oh, I just use Epic Pen, Tito. I've only transferred shared into my account there. Oh, yeah, they have a lot of options. Do you think the new regulations put in this year based around closing these loopholes are being adhered to, ignored? Are they making any difference? I mean, they're there to protect even bigger entities, right? And so there's a vested interest in them covering their own asses from, you know, these short hedge funds monumental fuck ups. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be enforced in some degree. Plan to switch to PNC. I work there as a contractor, and I like how they treat the customers. Huh. Who's long and short on BBIG? I wonder if that's helping or hindering. Find out. Go look. Go look. Go look and tell me. Heiken Ashi. Coda. Bristo. I'm a Gherkaholic. Thanks, man. I appreciate the support, dude. It just has like some sort of shitty memory leak. That's why I don't like Epic Pen. So you use it for like 20 minutes and then it'll just stop fucking working and then it'll crash. And when it crashes, it takes everything down. I'm not a programmer, but it seems like garbage. What time is the stream tomorrow? 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Actually, for all of you guys that are new members this week and all the old members, make sure you head over to the community tab and set a reminder for tomorrow's members only stream. Yeah, it looks like GME is starting to move up. Could get a nice test of 210 here. Boop. Interesting. Oof. Will the Discord stay active during MOASS? I'm still thinking about that. You guys really shouldn't be participating in social media during MOASS. That's fucking stupid. I can't emphasize enough how bad like group think or group psychology could be for you at those points. Looks like they short attacked GameStop right around the same time. Why? How could anybody possibly track me down? It's not about tracking you down. It's about watching other people panic and sell, listening to them talk about their fears and worries. Shut it down during MOASS. I probably should. I'm still thinking about it. Naxos, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the membership, bro. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club.
Money sucks.
It might be. Just remove posting privileges until the price is reasonable again. That's not a terrible idea. I mean, the people that are looking for that during MOASS are going to just find it other places, right? And maybe worse places. I don't know. It's a big like consideration. I've thought a lot about it. Since DP abuse is less indirect bribe pressure. I mean, longs can route other ways, right? Longs can choose how they route their orders if they're like institutional. Appreciate everything you do for this community. Take care of yourself this weekend. Thanks, Corrupt. I appreciate that, dude. I has a pickle now. Thanks for becoming a member, Naxos. Trade spotting will be on during MOASS. Okay, yeah, go watch him. I think his floor is like 2,400 or 11,000 or some shit. Jamie's diamond handed. I'm sure he is, but I don't know. A lot of people have told me that he's got a pretty low floor. Is there a counter argument to that? Yes, there's a bullish pennant AM. Wedgies for hedgies. He's not selling at all, so no floor. Interesting. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll add you to the Dillionaires Country Club.
Because Andrew money sucks.
It says Jimmy will always show through fib levels and charts, so he says no selling. Okay. All right. I've heard other things, but I don't know. Like I don't get to watch his channel, so he's holding till people go to jail. Okay. Yeah, I know me and him didn't get to really discuss that aspect of it. Jimmy talks about 19 per million per share a lot. What do you think about geometric mean for MOASS? As in, most people won't be around at the peaks. That's probably pretty accurate. Oliver Klausov, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate that. Yep. Spurt's moving in towards 50. Decent alternatives to WeBull for MOASS. Finviz, or not Finviz, TradingView for charting also, Carlos. You have to pay for live data. TDA, I think, has. Do you have to have an account with TDA? I'm still not sure on that. I mean, yeah, fundamentally, Dan Dividend, GameStop couldn't sustain a market cap of $1 trillion, but a short squeeze is going to ignore that, right? Also, are you still under the assumption that like millions of people are going to be holding shares at that point? Because it's not going to happen. Realistically, how high do you think Spirit can go? I mean, it's short squeezing, so who the fuck knows? Can we get some trickle down from Spirit, please? Why aren't you getting FOMO? I don't FOMO into shit. It's fucking stupid. If I'm not in early, I'm not buying in. Also, I already made money off Spurt. I'm fine with it. Modest Warlock, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club. I appreciate the support, dude.
Sucks.
I'm confused. How high do you expect Jimmy to potentially go? You think millions is unlikely? No, I think millions is likely. I think there won't be a lot of people still diamond handing it at that point, though. So much respect and thanks for what you do for the community. Sadly, I didn't have any money to put into Spirit, but I'm stoked for the people with more funding to throw at GME. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm sure most of the people that are in it now fully intend to go all in on GME afterwards. I'm not in on Spirit either. Don't feel bad. No, Spirit didn't halt. It's still running. Yeah, I'm not doing Discord audio either, Fluffnut. I will be gone. When forced liquidation occurs on GameStop, I'm gone. That's it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no dissuading me from it or convincing me to go about it some other way. I'm walking away because it's the right thing to do, if nothing else. I would be highly suspicious of anybody that didn't. I don't care how forthright they've appeared in the past. Because anybody that knows anything about the market should know that they should pull their influence during MOASS. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you guys have plenty of streamers to watch during MOASS. Why are you worried that I'll be gone? They should only trust themselves, Oben Mark. Dan Dividend, I've done everything I can to give everybody the tools to make a shitload of money during MOASS. After it starts, it's on them. You all knew this day would come eventually, right? And it will. Is MMAT a shorted stock? I mean, it's got a short position on it, I think. Not really. It's just a Wall Street bets pump and dump. There's no dollar level. I'm looking for a specific price action. I've covered this before, Torian. I mean, if you were exercising calls during MOASS, you'd want to do it early because you need time for the shares to show up in your account. Yeah, Oda. That's essentially the theory I have. Is the harder Spurt squeezes, the closer GameStop gets to MOASS. Especially if they can sustain the squeeze over the weekend. Oh, hey, Han. Welcome back. If Forced Liquidation started today, will there be a Saturday stream, or is that kaput too? I don't know if they'd start today. Maybe. Who all is short Spurt? Susquehanna and Citadel. Macaulay Cook can. I'm short Spurt. How's that working out for you, Wazzy Viva? Let the other streamers give us pickle art. I think the point I'm making is you shouldn't be watching a fucking streamer during MOASS. What if they fuck up their exit? What if everyone follows? What if you think you should too? What if they're all fucking wrong? And then it bounces and goes back up again. Jokes on them. I can't exit him properly if I never sell. It's true, Carl. Jeffries is short Spurt, and they handled the GME share offering. Any thoughts? Is that relevant? I'm not sure. No mods, no masters. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream. How you wouldn't have traded the current pennant that just broke out on Spirit? I mean, this one was pretty easy, right? Like, you had your trend that started forming after that third candle. You had your volatility down here.
Welcome to the Dillionaires.
Right? So your stop would have been below that. Below that range of volatility, you would have your stop and then your limit. Then it breaks out to the upside. And you can leave the order in place until another pennant forms. Oh, I missed a Dillionaire. Who was it? Dilly Dillerson. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. I appreciate the support, dude. No, Spurt's not the real MOASS. It's gonna squeeze pretty fucking hard, but it's not the real MOASS. Will MOASS move faster than Spurt is right now? Not in the initial stages. Spurt is not a forced liquidation at this point either, right? Gary Gensler is asking for comment on gamification, robo-advising, and digital engagement. Interesting. If you kept your shares and didn't sell during MOASS, what would happen? I mean, you just have shares afterwards. Spurt rip cause Hedgie significant pain. Yes, that's the idea. Jean-Claude Van Damme says, Senpai notice me. Welcome to the Dillionaires, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support, dude. Hit me up on the channel and I will be sure to add you to the country club.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
How many pairs of pants do you think are being shot in Chicago? Collectively? Maybe a couple. Some in Philly too, right? Look at this order flow. No, this is like the run up, not a Dan on Spurt. $100 million shares of Spurt traded. Yeah, almost. With no, it's not 24 million in circulation. The free float on Spurt is 15 million. Now with literally the entire options, call side options chain in the money. It's interesting. Oh, I mean, it's already surpassed all of its previous price levels. The next possible high is like 100. So I would just look at psychological resistances. For GameStop or for Spurt? I assume you meant Spurt. GameStop, like around $1,000 should get pretty fucking crazy. Although maybe now less because of this. If you exercise with unsettled funds, can you trade without a GFE? I don't know, but I mean, if you get a GFE, it gives a shit. I think by the time you get your shares, the funds are settled from the like sell to exercise or cashless exercise or whatever your brokerage calls it. Chances of GME launching this afternoon? We'll see. I mean, this is still like a theory that I have, right? It's not It's not confirmed. And we do know that Spurt is putting pressure on Citadel, but we don't know how much. I don't know if Spurt will run into Monday. You're going to have to watch it. Did it halt? No. Looks like it's just forming another pennant. No, I don't know how much they've lost. A lot. If they're short the stock in like at $1 and it's trading at 50. Thanks, Skillboy Tao. I mean, I can't trade the pennant. I don't have any shares. Oh, you just want me to like show you what I would do? Should probably set that, that. And then I'd probably have like a stop there. I'll just make the stop red so you guys know which the stops are. And then the limit below that. Green. So that would be my stop, and then my limit. That's my support. That's my upper trend line. What do I need to do to be added to the hot tub? I know you said it 400 times. I didn't listen. If you want to be added to the Dillionaires Country Club, you just have to link your YouTube and Discord accounts, which you can do. The instructions are in the announcements channel. They're pinned there. For watching the members only stream, you just tune into it. But you can set a reminder for it over on the community tab. It should be the top post over there. No mods, no masters. I got in yesterday at 15. Nice, Brian. How is Citadel net short Spurt? They have twice as many calls. They have 87,000 shares. I'm showing 152,000 shares short. Spurt's not in any ETFs, Vesture. So there's no creation mechanism for synthetic shares. Correlation is 0.0519. Series numbers on long. I mean, those long positions could be shorts marked as longs in the options chain, right? The same thing they do with GameStop. It's just very interesting that all the same parties are involved, right? In a very similar way on a stock with a very similar type of short position. I mean, KR now up to 80 from 40K. That's not that relevant. Occam's razor. Yeah. People are in Discord are saying my Discord audio is not working. Yeah, there's something wrong with Discord right now. If you guys can't hear me, it's showing like very bad connection quality. What the fuck? Discord's experiencing some issues, I guess. All right. Is that working? No. Having some connectivity issues with Discord, I think. Video. Test. Yeah, Discord's just having some issues. Right. Connection issues. I can't do anything about that. Has Discord done an update? No, I'm not. I don't see one. Internet bills paid. -8 million. Well, that's before you get into if they have any synthetics, right? How much Light K, how much do they have in calls and puts? Aside from the reported short shares. Alternative exit strategy. Wait for them to call and ask how much you want for your shares. That's not a very good exit strategy. What's a good backup charting software if WeBull goes down during MOASS? TradingView. TradingView is really stable generally because you can't trade on it. I think you get 30 days free too for like the live data feed and everything. Putting your shares in computer share seems like the play too. Are we reversing Spurt's price action? Who just sent me the correlation? I still have no fucking audio on Discord. Jesus. So your stop and your limit would have triggered here. So you'd have sold somewhere between 53 and 56. Theoretically. Spurt call, spurt put. Spurt. I wonder if that's contracts. I don't know how Unusual Whales lists it. Is that contracts or is that shares? Hmm. You get the feeling that the hedgies can't plug all the leaking holes in their portfolio? Yeah. It sounds like it's significant, right, Magnus?
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
I haven't done stats in a long time, but Space 889, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up over on the Discord and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. I see news about Jimmy being added to the meme ETF. No, but it's kind of expected. I don't think that's a very big ETF. I don't think that'll make a big difference in the price. Sold for 52. Nice. What percentage of shares do you think you put in that stop limit order and how in order to save some in case it goes back up? I mean, I if you read my exit DD, I said what my breakdown is. So of the pennants that we've tracked, they've all broken up. So this would have been my first sell, which would have been 5% of my position. So if that's contracts, that's a shitload, right? That's like it's 79, 900 plus. Their puts are at $1. So I think the calls might be their short position based on price. Their puts are at $5. The shares are probably marked. So shares. So if they marked their short position as long, they're short 37 million-ish shares on GameStop. Look at the chat. Is there anything that you like tagged me in, DT? Or do I just need to read this whole thing? Get a goddamn Wacom tablet. Would 9 exits be considered conservative or aggressive? That's conservative. All right. I'm looking now. That's PRG. Spurt. Explore. Short interest. Borrow fee rate 102.34. $730. So it fails to deliver on spurt, increasing. Showing 6 million shares sold short here. That's the official data. It's 42% short interest for the float. Funds disclosing short positions: Jeffries, Citadel, Jane Street, Not David, Simplex, Susquehanna, Group 1 Trading, Wolverine Trading, Belvedere Trading, and Cutler Group. Jane Street and Citadel are both up 100% on their short positions. David M. Knott? Who the fuck is David M. Knott? This dude has like 1 million share short position on this. It's just some guy? What the fuck? Does he work for Credit Suisse? That's a big fucking short position for one dude. I mean, I guess it was cheap, but holy shit, he's fucked. All right, these are currently reported short positions. Let me save that. And then I can open it in OBS. Boop, boop, boop. Image. Browse. So this is the current oh wait, I made it too big, didn't I? This is the current reported short positions on Spurt. These are reported to the SEC. And the report date for Citadel was on 8/16. So this is filed on the 13F. 13Fs do include some short positions. At least this is what we know of, right? Obviously, it's much higher than that because you can see the synthetic shares. There definitely has to be synthetic shares. The stock's already traded 110 million shares today with a 15 million float. Like, there's no question about there being synthetics involved, right? You think Spurt running will cause people to jump ship? I mean, that'd be fucking stupid, right? If Spurt's the thing that could trigger MOASS, then why would you leave GameStop? Thanks to the knowledge. Cool to see you call big boy plays and explain the situation. Keep it real. Best of luck in MOASS, you grumpy dick. Thanks, George Reed. Puts should be, they could be super short as well. Yes. Was BlackBerry about to run? I don't know, maybe. You're making it sound like the stock market's a bit manipulated. As an Australian businessman, it looks like he goes between $200 to $300 million. Not anymore, he doesn't. David, I'm not. That's fucked. Yeah, every meme stock is about to run. What's your take on MMAT? The interesting thing about Spurt is it's not a meme stock, right? It's not in those baskets. GameStop deal weekly looks like a microcosm of GME year to date. Oh, you have to click weeklies. So you have to go to options and then you have to select weeklies right here at the top. I yelled on Spurt through computer shares. Should get my shares in 5 to 7 days. For sure, Daniel. I'm feeling a little bit better. The medicine's kicking in, so. It's definitely just ibuprofen and caffeine. Zombie lumpy, but it's doing its job. I still feel super fucking dizzy. I'm like kind of out of it. I probably should have picked a better day to start digging into insane conspiracy theory DDs on GameStop, but today's the day, so what are you gonna do? During MOASS, will day trade sell limits still apply? No, if you've owned, you only get pattern day trader if you buy and sell a security in the same day. So if you've owned your GameStop before MOASS, right, and you sell pieces of it off during MOASS, you won't get PDT'd. Yo, dates? What dates? Obviously, we're poisoned because they know MOASS is coming. You save that shit for Charlie's vids. What's the computer share nonsense? Don't worry about it. It's exactly what you described it as. Yeah, PDT's turned off when your account's over 25,000. Do you like dates? Of course I do. Who doesn't like dates? That's why there's supposed to be no dates. Because people like dates too much. How does computer share nonsense if it causes them to verify and find real shares? Your shares are already with your broker, so they should already be verified as long as you've held them long enough in a cash account and you're not lending them, right? So you're just adding another layer between you and MOASS. And like, it affects your ability to sell. Computer share has like authority over when you sell your shares and how you sell them. I don't like it. The 1 or 5 minute during this? On the 1 minute. And the fact that just like not everyone's gonna do it just means it's like basically useless, right? Not enough people are gonna do it. So there's no point in carrying on about it. Computer share is only for infinity pool long hold shares. Sure. Yeah, Discord's not working. I made a note about that in the Discord. I put it in the announcements channel. There's no Discord chat currently. Thoughts on the BBC DD series? I didn't see it. I mean, you could set one up immediately after the first fail, right? And then you could set one up down here also. There's one here. Crap. And then you just, move your... I heard Spirit is the real deal. Is that true? I mean, it's squeezing. Who knows how much? Like, we don't have any research into Spurt, really, right? We have a bit. If this is the peak on Spurt, where would one panic? Probably like around below 40 would be a little worrisome. Maybe even below VWAP. So VWAP's at like 43. It could still revert after crossing VWAP, but I would be more concerned about it falling down at that point. It takes T plus 2 to settle funds. Spurt gonna be hot for 2 days. Probably. I wouldn't buy into it though. I mean, it broke down again, yeah. Yeah, I would have sold another 10% on that breakdown that we were monitoring, or that pennant that we were monitoring back here. 10% would have been sold there. So that was what I don't remember what I had my stop at, but I think it was like at like $50. And then I would have another 10% down here at the lower resistance until I had a confirmed trend to follow. Yeah, this is WeBull. Jimmy, you gonna test VWAP again? It might. A little bit of volume coming in, but not much. We need more. Would it now be the best time for the MESOP bundle to rip if we're basing this off the theory from earlier? Not necessarily. It shows strong correlation between GameStop and Spurt. House, so like 90, was it 99.5 or 0.995, 0.994? BB's up 3%. Nice. Spurt borrow rates, it's a higher than 100%. I think it's like 102%. Fintel was saying. Let me refresh this. I think they report every 15 minutes or something. The last reported borrow rate was at 827 at p.m. That can't be right. Oh, it's UTC too. So -4. So the last reported borrow rate was 102.35% on Spurt. So see, and now you have a new trend. So delete this. Just want to delete this one. There we go. So I'd be watching that, which looks like it's already breaking out to the upside of. I'd be moving my stop up to this resistance and my limit up here. Do you have any opinion on the Fed saying they want to start tapering by the end of the year? I mean, that would mean that they think that the economy is in a place where they can begin tapering. That they no longer need to support the economy via those asset purchases. Their variation of 5% in any case, but that's relative to the price action side by side. That's pretty strongly correlated. Interesting. I mean, you can kind of see it, but it's on like a much lower scale on GameStop because of the volume difference. Jimmy's not halted. Do you predict a price where forced liquidation will drop off and manual trading will begin? No idea. We don't know the extent of the short position. We know it's likely over 200%, but we don't know how much more. It could be far, far more than we think. We could start forming peaks at 1 million. We could start forming peaks at 10 million. We could start forming peaks at 20 million. We just don't know. If the spurt ends up at 40, it puts a lot of pressure on the shorts. Yeah. Good. Apparently more calls are in the money on Spurt than exist in the float this week. How does that even work? And will that happen during MOASS as it rises? Yeah. So the reported short interest on Spurt was 42%, which is high, right? But it's bonkers that short positions don't need to be reported. Kind of, yeah, it's stupid. I feel like not all short positions need to be reported, but short positions like over a certain amount of the float should be. I've been rewatching the Great British Bake Off, so I'm well versed in stiffed peaks. I'm ready for MOASS. I think we all are. If you had spurt options going in today, when would you have exercised? Just like end of day, right? I just let them auto exercise at the end of the day and carry them into Monday and watch them try to fucking hedge. percentage-based system for reporting shorts would be nice. Yeah. I expect to form a peak at 5,318,008. Interesting. Neuro is also squeezing. Not sure. But they would just mark them as longs to hide them, knowing it's a slap on the wrist to get caught. Yeah. Spurt not halted currently. So you could probably use this opportunity to move your stop and your limit up. Maybe put your stop a little lower because you don't really have like notable volatility yet. Play it safe. No, I haven't exited another 10% yet. So right now, if I owned any spurt, I would be out 15% of my total position so far. From last night into today. Ah, don't be deep insider. You made money, right? I mean, if Spurt squeezes hard enough, Festive Project, it could go like through the stratosphere. It's hard to say. The known resistance is here at 50. And then there's one at 117, which was like an all-time high. Seems like some people disagree that Citadel is net short on Spirit. Do you have it confirmed that they are net short? We don't have it confirmed that they're net short on GameStop, right? So chances are it'll break above that 117. It could. You don't know. It could just like get rejected here at 50 and collapse. I mean, we haven't seen any like forced liquidation occur on Spurt. Spurt has been trading. I mean, there's definitely some covering going on, but it's like it's still being traded, right? This conversation on YouTube channels always from 200 to a share to 10 million, a share, and nothing in between. I mean, there's a lot in between. They used to move more when we fought for reasonable price targets. I mean, what is it that makes you want to keep the price target reasonable? The short interest isn't reasonable, right? If we were dealing with like a 10% short interest on GameStop, you know, and we expected it to run, we'd probably be looking at like price targets in like the 500s, right? But the thesis changed when they started reporting short interest over 100%. And then we got more and more confirmation that they had continued to short through the run-ups and in fact not covered shit, leaving our current short interest, you know, somewhere between 200% and upwards of 1,000.
That's a lot of the float to cover over and over again, you know, and that's going to drive the price. And if people hold, that drives the price even harder. So yeah, I mean, there's reasonable price targets in between here and there, but there is possible, right? To say that there is impossible is ignorant. 10 million is within the realm of possibility. And people will sell at all of those price points. It's not like, you know, 100% of shares are going to be held till 10 million a share. So the argument that it's just going to destroy the economy doesn't really fly. What did I do there? I mean, crazy shit has happened in the markets before, right? Clip that. I think someone will. I think there's like there will be clips. Thank you, Red Ranger. And it's not like it's going to bankrupt anyone, right? Because they're just going to create loans to pay everyone off. They'll pack that money away for like 30 years, you know. In 15 years, they'll start selling those, you know, they'll start moving those loans around and using them as, you know, collateral. 5 years after that, you're going to, you know, they're going to just foist the rest of it off on the taxpayers. Do you understand how orders of magnitude work? That's how covering short interest works in a short squeeze. I mean, it could. There might be shares that sell at $1 billion. That does seem a little far fetched, but you're probably talking about like 0.0000001% of shares. Pi-Fi, no. Nice. If you can't trade during after hours, would you close some of your spur position before close and close it ticks before reopen? That's up to you. That's the risk you have to take is holding it overnight. That's part of the risk of being in a short squeeze. You don't have after hours trading? Are you in Europe? Nanami? I don't think 1 billion per share will happen, but I'd love to see it as a high score. Yeah, that'd be cool. Jimmy to 1 billion. Shill not confirmed. I mean, like, I'll be pretty fucking rich at, you know, pretty low levels. So I get a lot of time to fuck around in the peaks. So yeah, I'll be setting absurd limit orders way over the bid just to see what happens. My WeBull no move. Jira recently added after hours. I'm a pretty rich man with Jimmy. It's $10. Probably Kirk. No, not at $10. $10, I'd be a much poorer man. Prometheus? I don't know. I wonder if DFE bought Spurt at 4 now and made another 14 million. Do you have any general thoughts on after hours trading during MOASS? I mean, pay attention. You can sleep from 8 p.m. until 4:30 a.m. Other than that, eyes on the prize. Or, yeah, 8 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. What if we don't have after hours trading? Go sleep. I mean, there's not that much liquidity in after hours. So, like, you're not going to get, like, an insane amount of movement. Where's Skybrush 3 Pickle? We haven't crossed VWAP yet. Where do you think the volume has gone on GME? Okay, dark pool orders print to the market. You see all these things here that say OTC? Like right here, right there. See all the OTC orders? Those are all from dark pools. Dark pools print to the market. It's not like they just stuff all the fucking trades for the day into a dark pool and then print it later. They can do that with some of them, but not all of them. How would you describe Spirit after hours yesterday, if not insane? It was pretty insane. Robbie Balboa, have you read about Kenny's flight maps and crypto transactions? I don't give a shit if he disappears into anonymity or changes his identity and runs off into the sunset. I just want his money. So we've been hanging out with Dave Lauer. Did you wash his locks? Luscious locks? Did you stare into his eyes? I haven't. I messaged him on Twitter. He hasn't gotten back to me. How would you feel that you educated 9K subs into becoming millionaires, billionaires? Pretty dope. Did Chair Pow mention tapering? I think so. Market's doing great today, so he must have said something nice. No, Discord audio is out. Why does no one ever read the announcements channel? In the announcements, Discord having connection issues. Here. Do I have to at everybody? Is publishing it not enough? There. Did you ask Lauer if he's read your DD on your Twitter message? No. I see people at SuperSec saying Citadel or net long on Spirit. Confusion. They have a reported short position there. Yeah, Citadel has more calls on Spirit than puts, but no one knows the actual short position. Their put position increased over the last quarter. So I would assume that they are more short. Yeah, reporting shorts is optional. So different document for net short or net long. We don't know which one isn't manipulated. It's currently just a theory. Yeah, it is just a theory. We do, however, know that Renaissance Technology is long on Spirit and long on GameStop. There is no confusion there. Do you think there's any pattern forming? Like on GameStop, it's in a wedge on the on like the daily, or like a bullish pennant. it'll break out, but the question is it going to break out today or after the weekend? But it's definitely like in a consolidation period. I mean, we've seen our volume go from like 15 million on Tuesday to 10 million on Wednesday, 5 million on Thursday, and 2 million today so far. So we're definitely consolidating. I wish I could go back to school and throat punch my guidance counselor for telling me to go to university and get 35K in debt for a financial degree. I mean, I don't think my degree was useless. I don't think it was as useful as the things I've learned since, but I probably never would have pursued this otherwise. So is Renaissance Tech the same firm that maintains the Medallion Fund? I don't know. I figured this out, or thought of digging more into this at like 3 a.m. last night. So this is still very much in its infancy as far as the theory goes, but it merits further investigation. Yeah, consolidation is generally a good thing, Christina. It's usually what precedes a breakout. Why do we have the most recent distraction stock pulled up? I don't think it's a distraction. You can rewind the video and continue from there. Also, it's a good opportunity to view some volatility during a squeeze, because at some point we will have to view this on GameStop as well. Renaissance Tech seems like the piece of cake that helps solidify the theory with more of potential for holding true. Yeah. No, because Carl's wine slamming showed me his dedication and his diligence. It's a UK-based degenerate gambler. I can't trade after hours or PM. Is there anything to do except make a decision before 4:30 US time to hodl my percentage of sale on a peak in case of a dump? Yeah, I mean, like that's the risk you have to take if you want to hold overnight. Negative correlation between spurt and GME is easier to see with how your charts are sitting. Well, apparently it's statistically relevant, so I'm guessing that over on the Discord we have some proof of that. I heard my name in wine. Nice. This could be Spurt's peak. Would UVXY split? You lost interest. Why? I'm thinking calls this week and the next. I didn't lose interest. It's just I didn't expect a lot of volatility for a while. I actually have some UVXY calls. Not many, but a few. Was it possible institutional GME long was short on Spur and potentially even MMAT? Both are on the run today, for example, BlackRock. I don't know. I didn't see any GME longs on Spurt's short list. No, I think Renaissance pushed Spurt to squeeze the capital requirements of Citadel and Susquehanna. Possibly getting them margin called when they have to cover GameStop. So currently on what's interesting about Spurt and GameStop moving in this way is that currently on GameStop there is covering that needs to occur. Here, right? And now they're squeezing this simultaneously. So when they begin covering here and spending money here and the gamma ramp fires off and they're already being squeezed over here, that puts a lot of fucking pressure on them. If I was a giant hedge fund, I would do something like this. It's not two margin calls at once. It's one margin call, right? And Spurt, very interestingly, is also a very good candidate for a margin call, right? More of the float is owned in the options chain than actually exists. The float is very small. The short interest is high. They have an upcoming merger. Yeah, I don't think it's an accident that Spurt is rocketing right now. Now, whether that's a distraction from GameStop or if it's correlated to GameStop, which, you know, the statistical analysis says they are correlated, then, you know, we'll see. Double the pressure, right? And there's good reason to believe that some of the margin requirements for the position they hold on GameStop have been deferred. And so you would need to put pressure on their margin somewhere else besides GameStop. Yes, compounding pressure. Twist your nipples up. It's time to go. So we have no proof that Citadel is long Spurt. Citadel has a hedged position in Spurt. They have increased their reported short position. Also, GameStop and Spurt have the same OBV negative short trend from like 2015 till January or February. So whatever shorts exist on Spurt are currently trapped as well. There's too many things here for it to be a coincidence. I mean, most of the option, like the gamma ramp, is already rolled, so it doesn't matter if it pops today or Monday. Is there a link to view the analysis? Can Magnus, were you the one who did the statistical analysis on Spurt and GameStop, or was it Carl? Can one of you guys post that in the GME channel? I mean, Dan Dividend Matthews, doesn't Renaissance hold enough to diamond hand the squeeze over there? They have like 10% of the fucking float almost. Just themselves. And between them and Vanguard, even more. Thank you, Magnus. So yeah, you'll be able to view it over on the Discord in the GME channel if you guys want to look at the statistical correlation. Let's get ready to start ripping. Fuck yeah, Captain Ron. Silver up 2.3%. What about Sava? Burry's original complaint was that it and GME's movements were like 90% correlated. I've been playing that as well, but it isn't like Spurt. Yeah, it seems that Spurt is more correlated than Sava. Christina P, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate that. Enjoy the emojis. They're dope. How does rolling calls affect the gamma ramp? It doesn't. They're just moving the expiration dates forward. The gamma ramp exists on all expiration dates, right? It's that strike for all so it's open interest at that strike for all expirations. You're holding your 225C over the weekend. Yeah. Definitely. Unless we rip super, super fucking hard today. Then I do intend to hold it a bit longer. I mean, not if they roll it to the same strike. We have cross view up. You will receive one Guybrush 3 pickle. Where is he? Downloads. We'll try as hard as they can to keep out of the money calls out of the money to not let it rocket. Yeah, they'll definitely try, but the question is, can they? And if they are in fact short on both, can they keep the calls out of the money on GameStop and keep Spurt from rocketing? Can you pretty please take a quick look at BlackBerry? All right, I know you're fucking bag holding over there. What's that? It's looking good, man. It's gonna keep going up for the next few days, probably. What are you bag holding at? What dirt? Don't lie to me. $16? Hey son, check my now. Don't go spend it all on Italian black mold. You hear now? I won't. Sean Daniels rehypothecated Pigeonwell. Thanks for the donation, man. I'm gonna spend it on food for the black mold. Sold at 16 for a loss. 20. How many fucking people in here are bag holding BlackBerry? Jesus Christ. You guys got baited so hard. 15C for next week. Jesus Christ. It might hit, man. It's gonna run with like GameStop and AMC and all that shit. So we'll see. I don't know if it's gonna run as hard this time though. I'm back holding Safe Moon, Dogecoin, and Bacon futures. At least you don't own any silver. God, man, everybody's always chasing fucking easy money. Stop chasing. When things appear to be easy money, be cautious. You know? Think, why? 99% of the time, too good to be true. The 1% is in the top box on the screen. Spurt was easy money. You only know about Spurt because of me. GME is not a chase for me. I'm fucking way up. I said the 1% is on the screen in the top box. Have you had any dreams about GME? No. I'm still back holding Bear Stearns from 08. Aren't we all? Yeah, GME has definitely not been easy money. Fair enough, Sally. How do you know, sir, that you did not tell me about Spirit? I found that on my own. I don't know. The earliest mention of it in the Dillionaires Discord is me on July 26th. I knew about Spirit. I just didn't want to share it. Oh, okay. Easy to say now. A bagging holding Tilray. Ugh. Got married at their newly-ish required brewery. I like the product. Eh. Jimmy's flatter than a pancake right now. No, I didn't, Bacon Sisters. I don't know, Matt. We'll see. I'm definitely going to be done for a while. Who else is back holding SoFi? I have a ton. Didn't SoFi run already? For GME, the OBV and the chart are flat. The OBV is not flat. We've been working like 50-hour weeks for us. It's more than that. But thank you. What's the deal with Spurt? Where do you see it going to? I don't know. 50 is a previous resistance level from years and years and years ago. It could go higher. Can you reset OBV to exclude the January run up to see a more reliable OBV indicator? Like to try to weight it? I don't know if anything. I don't know where you would find that. Maybe that'd be a good way to do it. You might have to cut out the March run up also, though. You'd probably have to do it from like the big drop off in March before we bounced, like that big short attack. Maybe as cool as DFE and Congress interrogation about to Spirit as he was about Spirit as he was about GameStop. Sure. I mean, I didn't make the original post on Reddit. Is there a time period in which a resistance level becomes invalidated solely due to stale data? Not really. I mean, having one so far in the past is kind of iffy, but it's not invalid. I mean, the $50 is a like key psychological milestone as well, right? There'll be a lot of people willing to sell at 50. Fewer people willing to buy, possibly. Thanks, Briny Cobalt. I don't think Transify, I don't think was the guy who originally posted it. Skono. I think it was Man with Pants or Man Eats Pants was the user that initially posted it. I'm sorry to hear that, Depressed Goblin. No, I mean, I'm just gonna like buy a bunch of lawyers, lawyer up, and then probably fiduciaries, financial advisors, wealth managers, bankers, lots of people to talk to, lots of things to get in place. You think there's people bag holding Spirit since 20 years ago? It's 117. I think that was like the .com bubble, when the .com bubble came down. It'd be ironic if it then also signals the next market crash. So paper trading Spirit just sold another 10%. Am I doing it right? I mean, probably not. There was no reason to sell on that one. We have kind of like a decent resistance here at 48.50. So I would be just like waiting this chop out. I mean, yeah, technically I guess you would have gotten assigned on that pennant because the volatility dropped at the end, but I wouldn't try to like if it's chopping like this and you don't have any like clear run ups or like run ups or run downs, then like I would probably just have like a position set to sell below the resistance, but I wouldn't be like actively trying to sell. So like where my stop and my limit are on Spirit right now, like the red and green line to the downside, that's where I would have just left that since all the way back at the last sell, which was back here. And I placed it after this. So it was originally lower when this happened. And then we formed that pennant and broke to the upside, and then I moved it up. Moon, Emmet, about 25%. Zerla shooting up 15% presently. Lots of squeeze stocks running. I know. There's another one that should be running also, but it's not. .com bubbles yet. Lots more room to move. Yeah, Borhaugen. I mean, for smaller short positions, they'll cover those before they get margin called, right? They will attempt to cover those ahead of the call to prevent the margin call. Thanks for all your hard work, telling it how it is, and all of us smooth brains. Thanks, Graham. I appreciate that, man. With all the halts during MOASS, do you foresee this playing out over a couple of days or a week or more? It could be like anywhere from like 3 to 4 days to like a couple weeks. It's mind-blowing that a stock of the 15 million float can trade 129 million a day and there will be no investigation. I mean, there will be, but like 20 years from now, right? Thanks, Dr. K. I probably won't, though. I'll just get it out of the way and then go back to bed. Donated you a penny by watching a YouTube ad. Love you. HH, thank you. I'm not sure if that's how much I get paid for you watching a YouTube ad, but I appreciate it. You're going to stop streaming day one? I'm going to stop streaming the second forced liquidation begins to occur. Because then you don't need me after that, right? Like, there's nothing for me to do after that point. Forced liquidation will end in what are ultimately the peaks, and, you know, the exit DD covers that part. So there's really no gap. But there's no reason for me to be here for the ride or in the peaks influencing your trades. I have no desire to do that. I can't think of anything worse than if I were to exit at some point poorly and people followed that action. Yeah, I get some YouTube premium money. It's like, I don't know, like $200 or $300 a month. I don't know. I haven't really been like, the YouTube money isn't really that significant. It's built up. It's more and more each month, but I'm still getting paid from like the first month I streamed. I haven't gotten paid like for the perm, that fucking stupid perm bet yet. So I'm still out of pocket on the perm. I need someone to blame when things go wrong. Too bad. But you're my favorite lines on screens, Peanuts. Can you explain stop limit selling to us? I have an entire video on it. So a stop limit, here, I'll do it for you right now, Kevin. A stop limit is a stop, which is a trigger, right? This is a triggered order. And a limit sell. So say you have your stop at 200,000 and your limit at 195. This is just an example. Here, I'll add another 0 for everyone so I don't get called a shill. And the price is trading up here, and it comes down and starts forming a pennant, right? If that pennant breaks down and hits the trigger, the stop, this is your stop, then that will put your limit order onto the market. It'll place your limit order, and your limit order will fill in this range to the upside of whatever your limit is, which is, in this case, that amount of money. If the price doesn't fall and trigger the stop, then nothing happens if the price goes up. So then you can wait for the next pennant to form, cancel this order, and place a new one here at a higher price point. That is the benefit of stop limit orders and how they work, the mechanics. We should get t-shirts made expressing how much we paid to keep his utilities on. Hand Banan, thanks for everything. You're welcome. Thank you. Mold immunity acquired? No, just my medicine kicking in. The perm is the mark of a true professional. Call up Lauer. Guy's got a tight perm. You know the best part of all this is I still haven't gotten into the secret DD. Stop talking about selling and more about buying. What do you want to buy? Some more GameStop? It's pretty low right now. You almost shelled out. It's just an example. The price went up. Jesus Christ. I can't even use example numbers. Add more zeros. I thought the secret DD was whale teeth for MOASS. Nope. I know, Yeti. So now I would have filled. By the way. So now I would be 25% out of spurt. I actually would have filled here on that candle. This one that triggered the stop. And then I would replace my limit. So this is the new resistance line, the blue. Wait. Grab it. There you go. And then I would put my stop and my limit. Since we're so close to VWAP, I would probably put it a little, like the stop just a little above VWAP. And then I would wait. The market. What strategy would you suggest if you're unable to access the market for a couple trading days? Find a way to access the market. You got plans? Cancel them. I don't know. It's been a goddamn pleasure hanging out with you and the community you've built over these last few months. Thank you for everything. My kids will miss hearing Uncle Pickles streaming and swearing and doing the pickle dance every time there's a new zillionaire. Thank you so much, Hales. I appreciate it. His life for the last year felt like it was fake for anyone else. You're not alone. What's the best way to exit with stop losses? It's the only option I have. Thanks. So you, Mr. MOASS, you only have stop losses? You don't have market orders? Clarify. You definitely have other market, like, order types. It can't just be stop loss. Like, do you have stop loss and market? Because there's a strategy you can employ for that. It's not as reliable, but there is a strategy you can employ. Are you emotionally ready for the moment you have to release this into the wild when MOASS starts? I know you'll say you are, but the Dans leave a void. Yeah, I think I'm good. I'm doing all right. A little bit better. So this filled. So you move it down. Hold on. So since it's falling below VWAP, I would then place this order for a higher amount, right? So I'm 35% out of the position. I would make the rest of my strategy more aggressive until I had a confirmed uptrend. Imagine Spurt was MOASS and you only held one share. Would you have already sold? No, I would just never sell, right? Unless it hit like astronomical numbers, I would just never sell the share. Well, we're getting a bounce on VWAP, right? If we move back over the EMA, we're in a pretty good spot. How important is it to have after hours trading? If it's available to you, I mean, there's no reason not to have it. I think it's important to be able to trade during both. Thanks for letting us catch a glimpse of the squeeze today and educating so many. You're the best. No problem, man. What's going on there, Secure? Oh yeah, I'm aware. The audio's out. In and out on stream. Will you really be gone during MOASS? You seem pretty firm about no Carl for mod, and all that took was some wine for you to change your mind. It wasn't just wine. There was more to it than that. David. Is that 25% of the original position? JNS. Should keep my power up rewards card handy to identify other men of good character. Just get diamonds implanted into your hand. And have we'll get like QR codes laser engraved into the diamonds so we can like ensure the validity of true diamond handers. Just want to say thanks to the months of pickle drawings and education. I really appreciate your temper to approach this event and respect the show to life-changing money and keeping the Dans in check. Much respect and gratitude. P.S. What's the Carly Ray? The Carly Ray is a hard bullish reversal off a short attack. Carly Ray once said, and I quote, "Call me maybe." And if GME hard bounces off this short attack, maybe we do see some calls occur, you know? I think you would come back to go over the price action. I mean, I've said I will do one more stream post MOASS. I don't know what its content will be. I'll decide when I do it. Sounds like your meds are wearing off a little bit. The little dude's hiding some pretty aggressive sell pressure. Getting a diamond in my forehead. Nice. Full boil. Thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate that. If you died before MOASS, would you stop streaming? No. Why do I feel like I missed a super chat somewhere? Oh, there we go. Some chick. Thanks for all you're doing here, especially with exiting. I feel more comfortable, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. Also love the way you handle questions. Thank you, some chick. I really appreciate the donation. Sorry I missed that. I've been trading a new hire today. Any new relevations in the past 2 hours? Anything new on the spurt correlation? We had some statistical data, KO, that you could go check out on the GME channel in the Discord. I think Magnus posted it. Estimated earnings is up from... No, it's not. Their earnings were garbage. They got like shorted right after earnings pretty hard. But they don't need good earnings, right? They're moving into a merger. Oh, you mean for GameStop? Or are you talking about Spurt? Check BBIG. Is this another shorted company? I don't know. Go find out. Let's see. BBIG. Who has shorts on BBIG? Short interest. Short borrow fee rates at 52. Reported short volume 2 million. Last updated on 8/26. Fails to deliver pretty high. Short interest shares. 11 million shorts outstanding, 20% short interest. Short interest percent of float. Looks like it has 181% short interest as percent of float as of 8/13. Also short by Citadel, Bluefin Capital Management, Jane Street, Susquehanna. So possibly. Maybe they're just squeezing them all over the fucking market. Let me see who's long. Owners, institutional owners, net long short value. Equity call, Susquehanna, Nomura, Wolverine, Bluefin, Jane Street, Sigma. Institutional owners. I see Vanguard on here. I don't see a link to I don't see Renaissance. But you place your stop above VWAP, like right at, slightly above. There's like a curvature on the VWAP here, so I can't place it directly on it, but trailing stop losses. I mean, those are market orders with a trigger, so I don't like them. They're garbage. Also, you'll lose your shares when volatility spikes. Maybe at a time you don't want to. Yeah, no, stop losses are pretty terrible. There's a strategy for trading the peaks with the stop losses, but it's not ideal. I would only say to use it if you're like some of the people in here don't have access to limit orders. Can you move Guybrush so GME can bounce off his hat? Thoughts on adding a small amount of GME, small GME amounts to Roth IRA, maybe 5%? Yeah, you could, I guess, if you want to. I mean, we named our dog Mabel Sue, but you can call her Maybe. If you died before MOASS, would you stop streaming? Yes. I already went over all of these. Could you please description of VWAP's function? It is the volume weighted average price. It tracks the average price at which the majority of volume that day was traded. It also creates kind of a floating resistance and support level. And is commonly tracked by algorithms. I have no work to do. Is there anything I can Photoshop for you? Okay, so we just got assigned on this other 25%. So we're now, where were we at? We're at 35. So we're 60% out of our original position. This will have to be moved. Our imaginary original position. So this is at $40. essentially. So we can go back and look for resistance supports back here. So you could put a stop here at like 38 and the limit at like 37. See how we have the supports back here? And then see if it falls down further. And then we could start actually setting up for the really low one, which if it falls through, we'd want to sell the rest of our position at. And that would be down here. With a stop there and a limit there. So this is almost a signing. Very close. And that would just be the rest of the position. 20 and 20. At this point, because we've had to make this strategy more aggressive. But if it bounces and doesn't fill, then, you know, we still have 40% of our position left, and we can chase it higher again. Will you hold options through earnings? We'll see. You mean you're not supposed to have your Roth 100% GMA? That's up to you. If you only have 40% of your position left and it rips again, do you reset the percent on the exit points? Yes. So then you could, if it rips to those high levels again, then you could start making your exit, the rest of your exit, more conservative again. So you can adjust as needed, right? That's more of like an advanced strategy than I expect many of you to follow. Okay, so this filled. So now all we have left is this one. 80% out. Ah. We could move this up a little. Well, no. Leave that there because it gives it time to turn around. It's 20% remaining. Currently, no. I have some cat calls. And I have like some market hedging in my portfolio also. But yeah, everything else is GameStop. Was this all just FOMO? I would say this was all just FOMO. But it's hard to say because they've covered in other previous cycles. And there's such a low float. But I mean, we didn't see any forced liquidation, right? But that's because we don't really expect support.com to be able to like take down massive hedge funds. This would be all after forced liquidation, Sally Snipes. That's correct. What M Matt doing? I don't know. Is it running? It's up a little bit. 20%. Spurt doing a sad. I mean, it might be turning around. Oh, there'll definitely be a large spread on the way down. You'll want to exit, like, before GameStop ultimately, like, falls off a cliff at the end of MOASS, you'll want to be out of pretty much all of your position, right? Like, you could still have a little bit left, but once you ensure that it is in fact falling, like multiple halts to the downside, you can sell off like whatever little bit is remaining if you want to, or just hold it and wait for it to bounce. I'm sure if a short squeeze as large as GameStop happens, it'll have a dead cat bounce that could last a couple months. Are you bullish on the cat calls? I mean, they're in the money, but they're for October. I do expect if the infrastructure bill gets passed, cat has a lot of room to the upside to rip. So yeah, I'm pretty bullish on him. I'm trying to think if I have anything else right now. I think that's it. Yeah. Shitloads of GameStop. I dumped a ton of money into GameStop on this run. Newegg doing a thing. Interesting. Again. Any idea if Neuro is being shorted by Citadel 2 with Rentec long? Not sure. Maybe. I have like a little DD on it over in the Dillionaires Discord, Jimmy Neutron. How's Spurt for Power Hour? It looks like it's turning around. I mean, it's got a billion share float. I don't think it's going to run that hard. There's another concrete company that's bigger than them. Well, they know how to get viewers, Ollie. If the market crashes due to reasons not related to MOASS that trigger MOASS, like full on crashes, yeah, it could. It's definitely a very possible catalyst. What's in my secret DD? all the secrets. I think they're gonna throw everything they can at making GameStop trade flat into close, and then it's gonna rip Monday, Tuesday. I think he shouldn't have published it without all the information, Jason Randall. I think it's incomplete and it encourages day trading on the stock at a point at which that is maybe the most dangerous for the potential of MOASS. Some of the things he's tweeting about not wrong, but incomplete, and the the missing facets of the puzzle paint a much different picture. So I guess you're shadow banned, which means you might be right about this GME thing. How am I shadow banned? I don't even know what that means. Sounds sexy, mysterious. There's like 1,400 viewers right now. I don't feel like I'm shadow banned. What happened to my resistance at 200? You held back and could have posted Crayons DD earlier, but held off for good reasons. Now that it's out of the bag, why not get the rest out there too to correct the record? Still no proof. It's not about being first, it's about being right. JFresh 2021. That's weird. Well, I mean, all you guys know how to find me. Barron's article about spurt short squeeze. What does it say? I don't see anything for Barron's. GME shorting before power hour. Could be. Some volume behind the downward price movement, so it looks like shorting. Full boil, thank you so much for becoming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate that. Brooklyn Nine-Nine's amazing. Do you anticipate a big drop or two between different short hedge funds getting liquidated? It's possible. Although I'd imagine if one gets liquidated, another one will stack up behind it long before the liquidation of the first is complete. Contract rolling? I'm not. Oh, this? It could be, yeah. Relieving some of that gamma pressure. Throwing everything they have left before liquidation, one can hope. Maybe. How can you like Brooklyn Nine-Nine and hate Andy Samberg? Because I love Terry Crews and the guy who plays the chief. Andy Samberg is by far the most annoying part of that show. SEC issued a wide-ranging request for information on gamification. But it's a game. They just don't want other people to know it.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
That was the power hour music. Just spurted at the queue. Well, I tried following up 8 times now. I won't ask again. Sorry, I must have missed it, man. Maybe it's not coming up on the chat. I understand exiting using. Okay, so you do have market orders. Okay, my mistake. Sorry about missing that, MOASS. So if you have stop losses and market orders, you can set a stop loss below that resistance where you would set the stop, right? And then, you know, if it bounces, you can cancel. The only issue with that is if it falls off really hard, you're gonna get yeah, you're gonna fill on whatever the volatility of that candle is that falls through your stop, right? So like if we go what's a good example of this? If we go to like this candle here, right? And say your stop loss was here on the previous one, you could sell as low as here, like $3 lower, right? And then you can use market orders to sell on the upward green ticks. So if you have an uptick, like a green candle, you can sell on that green candle, and that will limit your downside volatility during your sell. But you can still use a stop loss to protect the downside. The only issue is that you could have some slippage due to the volatility of the candle falling through. Christopher Estrada, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, dude. Praise be to VWAP. I appreciate you, sir. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will get you added to all the necessary channels. Thank you so much. Does that help, Mr. MOASS? That fucking sucks. I can't believe brokers that don't have limit sells. Feel better, brother. Get some rest. DC, Zinc. We want to see your shiny whites Monday morning bright and early for the long run. I hope everyone has a great weekend. Does your broker allow you to set multiple orders on the same position? Because you could set a stop and simultaneously I guess not, because you don't have a limit. That's annoying. So would you be willing to screen cap spurt chart today and draw your exit dependence over the actual activity? Throw it up in Discord. I'd love to compare what I'm sketching out and what you see on the actual chart versus hypothetical crayon drawings from the exit DD. Yeah, I could do that. If there's slippage, seems like the best option in case the stock breaks upward. Yeah. I might miss out on upward breaks. That's possible, but you know, if it only moves up, right, until it drops, like, so there is potential that like in that negotiation phase, as people hold longer and longer, like we get this kind of action, right? So we get all those plateaus as the price negotiates higher and higher and higher. And then once the short interest is covered, it just drops, right? And so if you're only limit selling, stop limit selling, this is why there is a place for all the different types of market orders. If you're only stop limit selling, you may never fill on any of this, right? And you don't want to have to try to fill the majority of your position down here. So like if every pennant breaks up for a long period of time, you know, if you're at a price level where you feel comfortable taking some profits, you know, whether your floor be 5 million or 10 million or 20 million or infinity, right? Like, um, you know, you can take some profits at these levels with limit orders as well. So yeah, don't get caught in the trap of just like um stop limiting every order on the way up, because you know the downside, there may be no downside breaking pennants. That's a possibility. I mean, like I would be looking for like if we peak and our negotiation levels rise, like we hit another plateau at like 25% higher than the initial peak, and I hadn't sold anything yet, I would consider maybe making an exit here. And then if it rose 25% higher to another one at like 50% increase from the original peak, I would maybe consider like, and still hadn't sold anything, I would consider making like an exit there. Time to get back into spurt? Maybe. I don't know. 20% of my imaginary spurt position is still on the table here. And it's about to get filled, I think. And that's, or wait, yeah, 20% is all I have left. So, to fuck around with. So maybe I'd break this in case of a turnaround, but probably not. Because if it fell much further below this, you just like, I would just like maybe buy back in, right? It's almost back to like the prices it was at yesterday if it falls below that. This still hasn't filled. Okay, I think this still might not have triggered. Hold on. Oh, nope, hasn't triggered yet. Or wait to look until Monday. I mean, as long as we don't run in the pre-market, then Monday's cheaper for weeklies for next week. Any tips for distance away from current price when placing a limit sell above it? I want to help move the price up with small part of my position in the peaks. I mean, you can place it within 600%, depending on your broker, 50 to like 600%. So yeah, if you're, I'll be doing that too when I think it's like really peaked. This is like obviously not part of the exit strategy, right? But like potentially like on a peak, if the like if the ask side is pretty empty. Oh Jesus. Hold on. Having issues with Epic Pen again. So if the ask, still? Is it doing that? There we go. So if the ask side of the order book looks slim or empty, I might place like an ask higher than the current to see if it like volatility like buys my order. So like on a green uptick, say it's trading at like 9 million, right? And like the order book is like 9 million, say like 9.1, 9.175, 9.2. I might place one at like 9.25 or 9.3 to like try to get the volatility to like snap it up. But I'll be doing that with like a very small number of shares, right? I know everyone's super worried, but if we really do hit those price levels and you're still holding, it's gonna be really fucking hard not to make a shitload of money. Like you really have to fuck up. If we're sitting and chopping at 10 million or 12 million or whatever, like it's almost impossible for you to not like make a shitload of money during this period of time, right? FOMO might be pretty nuts around 10K. We'll see. It's expensive, but institutionally, it's not that expensive. We might see some buying still occurring. It will drop off as we move into like the forced liquidation phases. Even sick, you're schooling us and helping grow wrinkles. Thanks for everything you do, man. It's great. You're welcome. Pi-Fi is ageless. I'm not a cat. He's 31. I'm 34, I think. Or 33. Maybe I'm 33. Huh. I might be 33. I don't think I'm 34 yet. Are you sure, Alethea? Maybe I'm 35. No. I'm going with 33. Do you think options would be available during MOASS? No. If you have them going into it, awesome, but buying them during it, astronomical. Where's the end of day poll so I can vote for 42069? I have a baby face. Eric over tariff. I just forget how old I am. Are there any indicators we can look at that help us make decisions? You can use like RSI. You can use VWAP, and you can use EMA, like 2030, like I've been using the last few days. But you know, RSI will be a decent indicator. You may want to make it a little bigger so you can see it better. But like it'll tell you, you know, RSI 6, not 14. 14's kind of fucking useless in these situations. 14 can confirm your trends and your like turnarounds and stuff, but it's not going to be very ooh, that was neat. How do I fucking shrink this? Where's the top? Oh, there it is. But yeah, you could use RSI. I probably won't, but that's just because like candlesticks kind of do the same thing in these situations, especially at this time scale. You could use DMI. That's a little harder. Stotch is like okay. I think I just filled on the last. Yeah. So I would be now out of spurt. If it dropped significantly below this, I would consider getting back in. But if you're holding options into the tens of thousands, will institutions still be obligated to buy them eventually? I mean, you can still sell them as long as that there's a possibility of continued upwards movement, right? They're still worth money as long as there's potential for the stock to move upwards. They'll be more difficult to sell in the peaks when volatility has died off a bit. You should see me without the beard, David. I look like I'm 14. Is it a good thing that we close above max pain today? Yeah, absolutely. What are your EMA inputs for GME? I have the 2030 on the 1 minute. You could go shorter, but I prefer the smoothing because of the low volume right now. So I might go to like 520 if we had a lot of volume. But 2030 is like a solid middle ground. It will be worth the intrinsic value anyway, though, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, you may have to like lower your like limit on them to get them to fill. But, you know, you can just look at the bid and whatever the bid's at, you could probably sell them at or near. If you really need to, like if you really want to unload the option. But it'll be hard to, in the peaks, it'll be hard to get the money for that IV because the IV is going to be just astronomical, right? I hear Moonwind has some good options tutorials. He might. I'm sure he knows how they work. Seems like it did all its pumping now. Maybe. It could be done, but it had 100 million volume day before, and it only went up to 14. We have to see where it finds its floor, if it can hold that floor. But yeah, at this point, I would be out. And so, you know, we would have exited. Let's see, what were the exits that triggered? It was like this one, this one, this one, this one, that one, that one, and that one. Does anybody want to average the price? I'll give you the values. All right, so first one was 41 for, so just assume like 100 shares. 10% at 41, 10% at 46.9, or no, 5% at 41, sorry. 10% at 46.9. 10% at 52.48. 20, was it 25% at 46.34. We filled here, right? And then 20% at 37.26 and 20% at 33.73. I don't know, whatever it's just the sell price that matters. It doesn't matter what the buy-in was, right? We're not estimating the profits per share. If I heard you right, average 37.76. Are you sure? Because we only sold 40% below VWAP, so I feel like the average should be a little higher. I might be right. I don't want to do the math right now. 69.69. Got 37.77. Okay. So you average a little bit below VWAP for the day. 5, 10, 10, 25, 20, 20. Oh yeah, it's oh, you know what? Maybe I feel like one of them might have been higher. Or maybe there was another exit that I deleted the triangle for. Oh, I think we had one here. Yeah, this would have slipped, right? So 50. So the other 10% is 50, 55. 10% for the infinity pool. No, we had another triangle. I deleted some of them. $42, $82, $40. Yeah, so like right around VWAP. Like within $1 of VWAP. So if you were more aggressive there, you would have profited a little better. But you would have taken the risk that it turned around here. Here's your cut. Thanks, Attunes. Dead cat bounce? It might. Yeah, Spurt had a couple halts. The Lord's cut. Like 50% usually for the first one, and then the next one's like 25% or 40-20. It depends. Some of them are more volatile than others. JG. You think there will be big retracements? There might be some small ones. Like 20% of the high. But I doubt it. I doubt there'll be any retracements during forced liquidation. Forced liquidation is like a constant buy pressure, right? It's like constant algorithmic buy pressure. So any ask that comes to market will probably fill. So I'd say more gapping up into halts than we'd see retracement. Retracement's a product of like buying and selling, but you'd have to have a lot of selling in order to satisfy the buying. But yeah, we may have like I would watch like key psychological levels for that. Like, I'm not a cat. Thank you. I appreciate that. I would watch like key psychological levels for like retracements. So like 10,000, 20,000, 25,000, 50,000, 100,000. Those would be levels where I'd expect to see like the buy pressure pick up or the sell pressure pick up enough that like you might see a little bit of consolidation before it more uptrend. Was Spurt likely a short squeeze? It can't have just been gamma since there are no call interest past 30. I mean, there was definitely some short squeezing going on. I don't think it fully played out, but and it may not be over. I mean, technically, like it could still be. It's still up significantly, right? It's suspended right now. Did it start falling? Oh, it fell. So it won't be like January when it was going up 100 and then dropping 100 to only go up again. I mean, so it never got to like forced liquidation in January. So that was still like the FOMO phase, which I've warned is very volatile, right? I think Jimmy will end above 200 today. Maybe. Some of it may have happened in after hours. I'm very interested the after hours peak was only slightly below the intraday peak. Spurt may not be dead yet. I think MMAT will squeeze. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know that much about that stock. Was this a one-shot deal with Spurt? The way you have described it, we need to keep it above a certain... Well, they need to keep it above a certain price once GME starts buying in. If it falls, I take it the Spurt play is over. Not necessarily. I mean, think of how much money was lost over this period by the shorts, right? It looks like most of the short position on Spurt is trapped like under $1. So, and we peaked at 60 on that. So, I mean, it may not be over yet. Yeah, people are probably moving options right now. There might be some selling going on as people panic, but anybody holding the super tiny amount of the float could still see some serious upside potential. This would be considered a good entry. I still don't recommend it. Because of its low float, it's going to be highly, highly volatile. Violent upside potential. Maybe. It did bottom out at 28. I mean, if like Spurt was the thing I was interested in, I would have bought back in on this this turnaround. Do it for science. I think I only have like $60 in here. I guess I could buy one share or two. Oh no, just one. Buy market. Sure. My lord's cut still has a shot. Well, I said the whole time that I didn't think that it was the squeeze. It's starting to move, right? But we didn't have any like big liquidation moments. Like it was just a very steady climb up to 60, and then it got defeated at the resistance, and then a steady decline back down to 30, right? And in MOASS, we're trading post forced liquidation, right? I just don't have any money in this account. I could buy more spurt somewhere else, but I'm just really not that interested in it as a play right now. What actually gets liquidated in a forced liquidation? All of that firm's holdings. Everything. Bonds, futures contracts, stock. Crypto. I don't know. We'll see if this is a dead cat bounce. Then, you know, it goes, it squeeze. If it runs up to new highs, then it hasn't. The DTCC, it's pretty instantaneous. Well, the margin holders can first do it, and then the DTCC can force liquidate other things like the clearing houses and stuff. Wherever the liability falls next in the chain. If it stays above their shorted price, the next week is a new margin requirements. No, this might run next week. It could. I think I'm holding through the weekend. Thoughts on getting a GME weekly now? I mean, so what you have to consider when thinking about buying a weekly for next week today is, will it run pre-market Monday? Can I sell some 205 covered calls here so I can have money for other DGen plays? I mean, that seems dumb. What if we rip in the next 24 minutes? That's correct, Bob Smith. GME generally runs on Monday, Tuesday. That's when it's most expensive to throw gamma ramp in front of the price movement on weeklies, right? In the last run up in June, almost all of our running was done Monday through Wednesday, and then we just bled out towards max pain into Thursday, Friday. I've noted that in my weekly DDs a few times, if you guys ever read them. How do they decide how much of which assets liquidate in a margin call forced liquidation? How much of which they liquidate everything, Funkle Bruce. How do you think we're looking for next week? Good. Fucking great. Jimmy breaking out of a pennant to the downside. Thanks for the week of keeping us grounded and level headed. Much appreciated. No problem, man. Is that an endorsement? No. Your plays are terrible. Why would you sell fucking cover calls on GMA? You greedy son of a bitch. At least sell them at like a price that would be hard to hit. Like 230 or something. And what are they even worth? You can sell 205s for $25 a piece, premium, and lose shares if we jump. That's your plan, Moonwind? Think about this. That's the market today. Oh no. Market's ripping. Why does the market care about evictions? Did I hold my 289.3 through the weekend? I already know my answer, but I'm curious. That's an awfully high strike, but I guess it has potential. Did you sell me specifically those calls? Eviction plus no more stimmy equals reduced spending by customers. I thought they were working on like another stimulus bill already, though. Overhyped. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream's over. It's highly unlikely I will be able to exercise it. It is what's the general strategy when to just sell it. I mean, you should be able to exercise. It depends on your brokerage. I don't know what broker you have and what their options for exercising are.
Cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
Scono. I think we'll start moving up, probably into close tonight and then through Monday into Tuesday. MCL, thank you so much for becoming a Cornish Island. I appreciate that, man. What's up, Sanjeet? My IQ is off the charts. Any other chicks in here? Is this a pickle only party? There's a few, but it is pickle heavy. My wife said all this crime is the grossest. Jesus. Didn't you say you knew your IQ? Yeah. It's not like relevant though. Pickle heavy, brined and ready. I mean, maybe if it starts to tank on Monday, Acer. Which would mean you would want to get puts today. But it might just keep ripping. All right, if this goes below, I'm selling. It might be. Stop. Stop. Oh, son of a bitch. Unsettled funds. Yeah, spurt halted again. How do you know your IQ if you don't know your age? I just don't think about my age a lot. The pandemic has thrown off my sense of time. Always be funded. I don't want to put money in this account that this account didn't make though. I mean, the account is funded. I just don't want to. I'm not going to sell my fucking GME calls. Spirit at negative 69. My fib retracement says moon soon. Thoughts? I think fib and Elliott wave are garbage indicators of price movement. Fronium. Fib's a little better, but not much. It's the only one on the planet. 10 minutes till closing. I'm excited. I hope Moonwind gets assigned. Because I know that greedy son of a bitch fucking sold covered calls. You can't hit 205, can it? Of course it can. You didn't even sell fucking covered calls above VWAP, Moon? VWAP's at 205.62. Moon win for treasurer. Then just don't sell them. Why didn't, like, we're on an uptrend. Why didn't you just sell, like, CCs below 200 or something? Can you manage my money after MOASS? Moonwind Investments LLC. They're not properly hedged. It's making buy pressure. Yeah, I agree. Who's holding Spurt for the weekend? I am. My one share. Should buy another one. Oh no. God damn it. Why does it keep doing that? Oh, Spurt's halted until close? Fucking seriously? Garbage. Maybe they just drove it down to halt it into close so it wouldn't bounce. I remember when GME used to halt. It's been a long time. But didn't we halt on Tuesday? No halts? No. Lamb. Does a halt on close carry into after hours? Nope. No, they're halted until market close. I'm going to put a limit in at 27. 7 hours, yes. Your poll is rigged. Everyone's voting for you to get assigned. We make the stream tomorrow open to the pores. Oh, I did that once already. You can have like the old one that I put out. T Walker. You cheap fuck. I'll be there in heart. Wait, hold on. Moonwind might be safe. He's very excited about this red candle right now. That's my girlfriend's favorite name for me too. Daily average COVID cases is starting to form a cup and handle. Oh shit, so it's gonna break out to the upside. Can we chip in to get Moonwill a Billionaires membership? Moonwind can afford it, don't worry. He's fine. Look at Jimmy shirt so we can watch at Moonwind sweat. Yeah. It's so close. Hold on. Spurt's halted until close. We have no reason to watch this shit anymore. I need to build up some suspense here. Tim Timmery, thank you so much for becoming a Billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll add you to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it, man. You're right. We should go to the one tick.
Hey dude, welcome to the Billionaires. We ain't
What's
no
Moonwind strike?
Billionaires
205.
Cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
Can you put a line at 205 for suspense? Yeah, one tick's not going to be good for this. Hold on. It already tested it. What if we all just bought 10 shares to pump it right now? Moonwind, how tight are you squeezing your butthole right now? Ooh, volume's coming in. Oh shit. I haven't seen Moonwind comment at all. He's looking away. Ooh. Oh shit, did you get a sign on the last check? Or the last tick? All right, guys. Thank you all so much. Awesome day. I will see you bright and early Monday morning for more violent upside potential. For those of you listening again, closing the day out at 2:04.95. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful night.